It's me, the eepiest boy. Why does this camera make me look tiny? I feel like I'm 5'11". Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Oh ho 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 ho. Hee hee hee. Oh ho ho. I have woken up my cat. Hi everybody. Welcome to the stream. Mimi Wheeler. I have not slept, and that's not great. But it may be good for some content, for drafting purposes. So I'm going to hee hoo hoo all over my opponents for the next couple of hours. And hopefully we can draft a deck that is either going to win us the game or spark joy or something like that. One of the two. The joy can come from wherever. Me living a happy life, but I'm also in a horror movie. The joy is coming from inside the house. All right, anyways, that's terrible. I'm going to do this. Nyx Weaver. 3 mana rare that is... Oh, thank God. Oh, wait, attunement's an enchantment. Exile. It is a 3 mana instant at rare. Oh. Before 3 mana instant rare in blue or red. Chaos Warp. Okay, well. Alright, that made it a little easy. There's not many. I mean, it was going to be Chaos Warp or Pulse of the Forge, and I thought Chaos would be a funnier word to say out loud. Five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 10. 5 and 10. It's a red enchantment that's popular in Commander. Five and 10. It only has 2 mana symbols. Fiery Emancipation is what I would think of, but it's not Dictate, it's not Blood Moon, it's not Furnace of Wrath, Descent into Avernus, Roiling Vortex, Sulfuric Vortex. You something something. You I think this is when. But it's not when each. When this enchantment enters. When this enchantment enters. It's not monarchy or initiative, right? When this enchantment enters, you do a thing. Whenever you a something or what the fuck is this? Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, oh, Nope. This is throwing me off because I feel like I should know what this is off of this alone. It's not Possibility Storm. Sunbird's Invocation, Flame Shadow Conjuring, Vicious Shadows. Like, none of these work. When this enchantment enters, the something you? Oh, the ring tempts you. Oh, it's fucking Fiery Inscription. Yeah, the like weirdo enchantment dome everybody. I guess this card would be popular. Not for this first line of text, but certainly for the second line of text. That makes sense. Oh, fuck. ENCHANTEAMT. That's not how you spell enchantment. LEG. Yeah, it's a legendary enchantment. A 5-color legendary enchantment. And it's not a shrine. It's not a shrine. This part throws me off. I'm not reading all this. The font is also just way too, or the text rather, way too small. What the fuck is this? Meathook Massacre 2. Stupid magic card. Anyways, I'm back. Let's do some drafting. Stupid name for a stupid magic card. I mean, the card's fine. The name is just a little cringe, Basil. Okay, what do we have? We have Scalding Tarn and Guide of Souls are the two main cards that I am going to want to pick. I think Guide of Souls is broken. I'm going to take Guide of Souls. The other cards that are cool in this pack that can do stuff with Guide of Souls, basically anything here. Yeah, Guide of Souls is unreal. If I had to exclude some cards, they would be Cruise, Reign of Filth, Expedition Map. But other than that, everything is fine. If I could wheel Ephemerate, we could do something goofy with Ephemerate and Souls and whatnot. That'd be neat. But I'm not too picky. Springheart and Antuco goes with Guide of Souls. There's also a Windswept Heath, which finds a white source or a green source, and the white source lets me cast Guide of Souls. So I'm going to take Windswept Heath and then hope to wheel, I mean, anything really. Cauldron, Snuff Out, Lauren, Springheart, and Antuco all seem totally fine. There's some other stuff that'd be okay. Those are the little ditties. Okay. We have a Verdant Catacombs. We have a Fatal Push. It's also Lion's Eye Diamond. Nothari. We're getting a little more specific into archetype. Esper Sentinel goes well with Guide of Souls. Verdant Catacombs lines up well with Windswept Heath. I mean, Catacombs is likely the best pick to take here. But you could take the, whatchamacallit. Ben, I had a question for you about memes and Moxen. How do I feel about Ulmer playing Tainted Pact? Well, it's 2 mana, it's 2 mana instant speed, find a copy of Slime Against Humanity. Or you exile the first Slime Against Humanity, and you're like, do I want to take this or do I want to gamble? And if you gamble to find something else, oh, it's auto. Why would you auto select that? I think I'm gonna take. I'll take the Frozen Catacombs. I'll take a Scrubland. Scrubland's great for both these lands here. It's also Adeline, Containment Priest, but I'll just get my mana up. Yeah, it seems fine, right? Like instant speed, find the card that your deck is built around, or gamble, and by gambling you exile the first copy, and then you hit the subsequent copy, and then it makes your second Slime Against Humanity better. There's a Jorked Rabbit. I think I'm gonna Jork it up with this Guide of Souls. Just up straight Jorking it. And by it, I mean my rabbits. Scythecat's pretty good with Springheart and MTGO as well. Oh, there's an Eternal Witness. Eternal Witness is going to go well with that Ephemerate. I'm also just incredibly Eternal Witness pilled. So I'm going to take this. That doesn't really have anything that I want to do. I mean, I could take Exhume. Could take Terra Sunder. Terra Sunder's not that bad. Especially if I have an Eternal Witness and I have black mana here. Yeah, this card's not embarrassing. Exhume's not exactly a card I want to take early. But Terra Sunder's pretty good. Unless you're going big, do I think Mana Dorks are starting to not be as good these days? No, they're very good. It's just in Cube, you don't always get every Mana Dork. Because, like, usually Mana Dork decks and Singleton formats are really into Mana Dork. Speaking of which, I think I've taken Fnatic Aronas. Right? Like, you take, any deck playing Mana Dorks are usually playing, like, 9 to 10 Mana Dorks, or they are on the 5, like, multicolor Mana Dorks. And in Cube, the multicolor Mana Dorks are really good, right? Like, you still want to play... I value birds so highly... Noble and Ignoble are quite good. You know, but there are fewer of them, and the mono green dorks are not very strong unless you are like a 2-color, maybe a 3-color deck. Hey Wheeler, watching you play Cube has really made me want to give Vintage Cube a shot, but honestly I find Moto intimidating. Before I commit any time money, how long does it take to get accustomed with MTGO quirks? Great question. Before I do anything, Mucho Mango Best Drink, thank you for the 11 months, and I'm going to send you some play points so that you can get a draft in. I'm going to send you enough play points for Magic Online so that you can try out a Cube draft and have some fun. Because new Cube players get extra points. Where did I put my points? There I put my points. Honestly, it shouldn't take that long. I'm going to take the Ephemerate because it works well with the Eternal Witness and also actually works well with Guide of Souls. I've sent you, I DM'd you on Twitch your play points there. So congratulations. You won the, shows interest in doing a thing and lets you get the first hit. As long as your stops are there and like, oh, Springheart came around too. That's kind of nice. As long as you have the proper stops set up, it's not that bad. I would probably recommend early on not using any hotkeys and instead just clicking. And in fact, there are a lot of Temple Garden's a great pickup. There are a lot of Magic streamers that play Magic Online full time. Guess I'll take this Arwen. Who click? They only click. Like I think Aspiring Spike only clicks or primarily clicks. That's a late Snapcaster Mage. That actually, if we get a Time Walk, this works well with what I want to do here. Yeah, you can just click on things, or you can right-click and, you know, clear through your turn. You've got a cat car. I got a ticket to anywhere. Remember we were borrowing. I'll take this. It's funny. When that pack came around with the Terrace Under and the Brazen Borrower, I was like, I might take this Brazen Borrower. Yeah. I think there are a couple of like free events or like cheap events that you can play in that could help you become more familiar with it if you really want. I'm going to take a Flooded Strand here. My mana's going to be great. The last couple of drafts we've done, my mana's been dog shit. So Flooded Strand really just helps our mana. We also have a Temple Garden, so I'm not as I mean, if I see a Savannah and it's like not, there isn't something else that's like a standout, I'm fine taking Savannah here. But like, we don't need it as much with all these lands and a Temple Garden. Ooh. I might be a Craterhoof deck. I think I'm taking Craterhoof Behemoth. That's very funny. Yeah, I'm not excited to take anything else here. We could just be green-white hoof. I'll take Mana Dorks if they pass them. We'd be a good Gaia's Cradle deck anyways. I haven't drafted hoof since the hoof natural order stuff got back in here. Yeah, they finally previewed the like Magali Elephant Craterhoof Behemoth, which is really funny. Ooh, this is a great Grist deck because we have the lands to be able to splash with the Scrubland. I think I like it better than Thoughtseize. I mean, we could take Thoughtseize, actually. But Grist works better with like the Eternal Witness, Springheart Nantuko, Craterhoof Behemoth game plan. Then maybe on the wheel, we could grab like a Sentinel of the Nameless City or even an Elspeth. There's Time Warp, though. I think I'm going to take Time Warp because we have infinite turns now. And I have lands. Like this Flooded Strand can find blue. If I pick up a couple of blue duels, I throw the Snapcaster Mage in. Oh, yeah, the Sultai hybrid. Look at the top 4. Put 2 in hand, put 2 in the graveyard, draw a card off Beans. That card's legit. I love it. I think my... like, evaluation on North 100, because we recorded the North 100s very early on this time. Like, beginning of the month, right? Like, I've seen Tarkir... I've known about the entire set for like a month plus at this time, it feels like. So I don't remember. If this is a 1-to-1, don't come at me in the comment section. Sorry, I need to think if I'm taking this Ponder or this Jace. Jace is good with Time Warping. Ponder is just a more powerful card. I think I'm going to take a Ponder. Ponder's a little awkward if we get 2 mana dorky, but pretty good otherwise. Yeah, I think my like review was like, this card is like absurd and it goes in exactly one deck, and right now that deck is not like the most popular thing. Like, it's not exactly dominating tables or whatnot. Ooh, I'll take a Surveil Land here over Giver of Runes, I think. I'm really high on Surveil Lands in your deck. If you can get a Surveil Land, especially for what is currently one of our primary color combinations, beautiful. Oh, the beans. Oh, the bean. Nope, I fucked it up. I could take Undercity Sewers. We have black. It lets us find blue-black off of 2 of our fetches. I think I like it better than Malcolm. I could just take Malcolm. Malcolm's actually quite strong, too. Yeah, I think I like Malcolm better than Undercity Sewers. Oh, Tameo. Tameo is going to be great with this Time Warp. Lets us keep doing our infinite turn thing. I feel like Alex's deck from Museum Auction could be something even more legit with the inclusion of blue for Dig and Cruise. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of just dipping into like a version of Check Pile, right? Which, yeah, is quite good. I'll take an Oust. I like Oust. Well, the red's kind of interesting, right? Ooh. I don't want to have the Akiway. I got a lot of fetches. I got some mill. I'm going to take the Akiway here. I think it's better than Worldly Tutor, better than Horizon Canopy. Though Tutor finds Eternal Witness. But the Oculus is so good. I'll take Mystical Tutor here, though. That's a late Mystical Tutor. Finds me a Time Warp. And finds Ephemerate. So we're kind of like a Bant deck that is going to splash for black. Probably not playing this Hoof. Black Splash is pretty easy. I do need to find some Bant lands. JVP came around. That's nice. Can I explain the rat lore? Absolutely. I could do it, or I could show you it. Yeah, the Moto Gods will give us a Time Walk. Time Walk. Fuck! Damn it! Well, I'll take a Tameo. I'll take Tameo over Mana Drain. It's a Bayou. Yeah, Tameo can actually... I mean, this Tameo is pretty good at time walking, but I'll take that. What do you mean demonetize? That was a Wheeler original. I'm going to take this Underground Seed. That's a pretty good pickup. What the fuck, nice voice, dude. Thank you, I'm professionally trained. Oh my god. Okay, nobody move. Mulder is right now behind me, sitting on the steps, her little cat steps. You can see her? Oh my god, you can see her. She's on her little cat steps. Displacer Kitten. Actually, Kitten works well in this deck. Let's see her. She's right there. It's out of the way. Let me like try to get the brightness turned down. She's right there. I don't know how to get it to do that. She's right at the guy. I know, but I'm not moving because Mulder's... No, Mulder's on the steps. She's basking in the sun. So I'm trying to... This is the stream now. This is the stream now. What if we just did this? Wait, it's... Oh, I forgot. My camera's so small. Like... Oh, it's so cute. There's a breeding pool in this pack, and there's an Atroxa, and I'm going to take the breeding pool. There's also a Stern Scolding, but just notice I'm taking a breeding pool here. Oh, she's so pretty. Wow. Oh, I shit the fuck on this. Okay, I gotta at least go back a little bit. That's so funny. Mulder Canlander stream when? Soon. Soon. Mm-hmm. I posted my cards today. I'm going on Blue Sky. I have been seeing a lot of people just posting cool stuff they get on Blue Sky. And I don't really have a lot of mail days because I have a pretty healthy relationship with this hobby, which is also my job. I mean, maybe I have a healthy relationship with this hobby. But I was like, yeah, you know, I should just tweet. Yeah, the mail goes to Angel's house. And that's like not the like fancy stuff. It's the like, hey, I need a copy of Warg Rider for this Friday night paper fight. Oh, the memory jar? Yes. I looked at it, and for the cost, I might have to, I mean, if they're open, are they open to haggling? Also, their message didn't make sense to me. I would need to get into contact with this person. You can get them to contact. Yes, you can get me. Can you get them to, they're only on Facebook. That's infuriating. Can you give them my email then? Give them my work email. There's something I do with my cat, and I've successfully replicated it with others. That is to gently press on their chest with the tips of my fingers. They stretch like a motherfucker. I'm not going to touch this sweetest bean. I'm just going to leave her there for now. But I will. Mulder likes it when I like put my entire hand under her chassis. I kind of go like this. That feels weird. I got some needling done today at physiotherapy, which felt great. That's where I get. If you're bad with needles, close your ears for like a minute. It's when I get stabbed with needles and they just shove it into the muscle and they wham jangle it around. It's basically if acupuncture worked. Also, I think Magic Online is broken. Right? Isn't it? It's weird that I haven't gotten my pick. No. No. Why did it have to do it now? Why did it have to do it now? Why did Magic Online have to crash in the middle of this beautiful draft? This was so cool. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep it on here. But yeah, people posting cool foils that they've purchased. People posting stuff that they picked up. Is really, you know, it's nice. I like looking at it. I like appreciating it. But it's not my, you know, if I pick up a normal foil or whatever, it's whatever. And so I have, I don't really share cards unless I get like big ones. Like when I got my dual lands, I shared my dual lands, right? And I just realized that I could probably just share some of these photos like online. Like that's just a thing that I can do on Blue Sky. Blue Sky, for what it's worth, is like, I can't believe how much I'm actually enjoying the Blue Sky experience. Maybe because Blue Sky is incredibly millennial coded and I only follow like 50 people. And the people I follow are like people that I've met in real life that I enjoy. But yeah, I've got, I don't know, I've got so many cool things to just share. Yes, Moto did crash. I'm just sitting on here. Yeah, Blue Sky is a lot nicer than Twitter. Twitter is wild because it's like I don't use it anymore other than posting like hey, I'm going live. And it's kind of important to maintain that this account, or at least have this account, because people impersonate other people, including me. I've been impersonated a couple of times on social media, and it's nice to have this account to be like, hey, no, I'm here. Hello. I didn't hit the MH3 quota. I just drafted an MH3 card. I have 2 of the best MH3 cards in this deck. Sorry, your connection has failed. Well, I'm going to restart Magic Online. I've turned off garbage on Blue Sky I don't like, and it never asked me to turn it back on again. That's smart. I've also I turned off reposts and retweets because, yeah, okay, Magic Online's completely down. I've turned off reposts and retweets or whatever, because there's only so much. It is very millennial coded, and that also leads into millennial and Gen Xers doing political posting, which is like, how do I word this? You have every right to be upset about the more apparent collapse of your country's government. But also the way that they do it is very like Coney 2012 posting of like, that's it, we've done it. We found out a way to really put a nail in the coffin. And it's like, what are you talking about? This is not helping. Go fucking work at a soup kitchen or something. Like, if you want to actually help some people out. Like, instead of posting this like we did it Reddit ass, like, yeah, it's kind of fucked, because I've seen it happen in Canada too, especially with like the tariff war, is that you have like there are so many Canadian flags, and it's fucked because it's even starting to work on me a bit. Like I'll be walking down the I'll be walking down the street. Trucks are flying with Canadian flags. Businesses have like, buy Canadian goods, like all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, okay, this is a little, I'm a little uncomfortable with all of this, especially the kind of people that are doing it. But like, yeah, I like buying Canadian products from Canada. That's cool. And it's just like, fuck, I got. They got me. Yeah, exactly. It was such an ick thing, because if you saw someone driving around with a Canadian flag, you're like, oh, this is like an anti-vaxxer. And now it's just like, yeah, fuck the States. It's just, it's such a weird thing to see in real time. But yeah, I don't know. It's wild to see that happen in Canada, but also just to see people that were like genuinely pretty progressive, like I'd still call them libs. They're not like far left, they're not socialist or whatever, but people I know that are like, look, they're Democrats, but they're not like the, hey, I want to bomb all the brown people I can Democrats. They're the like, hey, isn't ska music fun? And also, I don't hate trans people. And like, that's like a type of Democrat that you're like, okay, you're not, this I can handle. This I could deal with. But like, people that were at that are now regressing to being like in a point where it's just like, you know what? I'd bomb all the brown people I can if we get this Cheeto out of office. And you're like, wait, hold on. What did you say? Very weird. Very, very weird. It's terrible. And seeing people constantly retweet. People I know that like, I'm like, this is a completely different tune from what you were singing a couple of years ago there. It's very weird to see that. So what I'm saying ultimately is, yeah, I just turned that shit off, and now I just want to, basically my feed is like EK posting cards that he got in foil, Emma Partlow tweeting out cool cards for Canadian Highlander, and looking at Fire Shoes posting like lists and being like, oh cool, this one a challenge. Like it's like that. Oh, hey, Emma, how's it going? I mean, that is the one downside from Blue Sky compared to Twitter, is that my feed is fewer, like, irony poison, terminally online trans people just, like, shit posting out of their goddamn mind. You know? Maybe that's a product of Blue Sky, but I don't know. There's not enough, like, sapphic white boy posters. You know what I'm saying? Yes, and yeah, I'm on it less, too, which is dope. Like, I'm enjoying it more, but also I see my stuff and then I just go away. I don't know what we're going to do. We could keep talking Magic online. We can keep talking Magic. We could pivot into a different kind of stream. It looks like they are currently investigating what happened here with the lag. To see if something's going on. MTGO is back online. Great, let me put in my password. Big Boner 420. Did it just refund us and, like, kick us out? New Tarkir Dragonstorm spoilers. Oh, am I back in the draft? Where am I in this draft? The draft has started. Has it? It's my first time watching you live, but I've been watching all the YouTube VODs. Well, first things first, Stars. Thank you for subscribing and supporting the channel. That means a lot to me. I mean, watching the draft VODs also means a lot to me. That's huge. Thank you so much. Glad to have you. Good to see you. I'm sorry that this is your first time watching live and this happened. But, you know, here we are. Also, Draft Synthesis, I think I missed you, and I'd like to apologize. Hey, Wheeler, once again, thank you for helping me get into Vintage Cube, as it's now one of my favorite ways to play Magic. Draft Synthesis, if you're still there, check your DMs, because you've got a brand new car. And by that, I mean I've sent you some play points. Open DMs, please. Yes, I have seen the Tarkir stuff. I mean, I could look at them again. Yeah, cancel. No, wait. Hide event. Is there any way that I can get out of this event, or am I just... Oh, I already sent you play points? Did I really? Okay, well then I will double it and give it to the next person. Okay, so Magic Online is very clearly cursed.
Let the sun shine upon this Lord of Cinder.
The Rat Kings, welcome back for the second month. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Hey, Wheeler, I'm about to head out to play Canlander at my LGS for the first time. I play a lot with friends. Hell yeah. But this is my first competition. Wish me luck. Good luck, Rat Kings. I'm sure you're going to crush. And if you don't, remember, that's okay. It's okay. Highlander is a fickle mistress. It can be real rough at times, but as long as you're having a good time with it, or learning, or both, then you'll be Gucci. You're very poor and you're almost down. How are you down? Okay, I'm not saying this to be too judgmental or whatever, but you're at like 10 trophies, right? How are you below 2K points? I don't know if Magic Online is going to show my play points, but I'm pretty sure I'm at like 6,600 or something. No. Okay. You spent them all. Oh, okay. You spent them on the 64 man. Yeah, I can't crash out. Yeah. Yeah, you're telling me. I mean, technically, if I played on the God account, I'd have infinite points, I guess. But I don't know. I like playing on this account more. Also, we get fewer people ghosting us. Although we do get the occasional person ghosting, or recognizing, not just ghosting, but we get the occasional person who's just like, oh, hey, Wheeler. And it's very weird, because in my head, if the name that I'm using on an account isn't Wheeler or Yogfather related, or like I mean, if somebody caught Baka Flocka Gaijin, then like props to him. But if it's not related to that, then like my brain still is just like, how do you know? How do you know? I mean, we could talk about the Tarkir cards while we wait. This is going to be a fun cube VOD to upload, because it's going to be just a bunch of nothing. Tarkir Dragonstorm. That new Ugin, I couldn't believe it when I saw it. Elspeth too. I think Elspeth is actually really strong. Mythic Spoiler is going to have them. Oh wow, they showed a lot. And such high quality too. Really worried about Ugin in Modern? Hey, it's okay, Spies. Modern is going to be the same level of unplayable after Tarkir. Don't worry about it. Look, if printing Ugin's Labyrinth didn't make Tron a bannable offense, like, I mean, this Ugin, the combination may lead to one of them getting banned or whatever, but like, yeah, that Ugin rips. I don't know how we want to do this. We could just kind of look at stuff. I should probably get some water. Oh, I have a little bit of water. Wow, I'm so good at my job. I'm so good at my job. I mean, if you ban Underworld Breach and Psychic Frog, I think that format gets a little bit better. But also, whatever. I don't know. Do we want to just go through these cards? I could talk about all these cards. This could be our impromptu, like, set review. Yeah, let's call this an impromptu set review. Frog's not even the offender du jour. I mean, Frog's going to be an offender. The Underworld Breach deck is the, like, biggest offender, right? But, like, Psychic Frog is also... Without the Breach, Psychic Frog is the best deck. And it's, like, not close. Anywho. We could talk about these cards. Titan best deck? Yeah, but Titan will never get banned. They're not going to ban something from Titan. Titan has such a, like, buffer. And also, Ketramos is mostly good because of Frog. There's the Orzhov Ketramos deck, but that doesn't matter. There's no way. I don't know who that is, Chris. But I don't hate them, because I don't know them. I could talk about new Magic cards. How about we talk about new Magic cards? This is going to be an absolute mess of a stream. I could probably just end this VOD here. That's 40 minutes of content. Okay, well, I guess I'm going to start. This is a weird start to a stream, but the TLDR for the VOD listeners is we started the stream, we spent 40 minutes talking about Magic cards and trying to draft Vintage Cube, and then Magic Online crashed. And I didn't have a plan to do anything else, but everybody's talking about Tarkir cards, so let's talk about Tarkir cards. While we wait for Magic Online to be fixed. Once Magic Online is fixed, then should be able to go back and then we can draft and we can do something. I'm going to talk about basically all the cards that have been previewed for Tarkir Dragonstorm so far. This actually kind of works out for me as well because in the thick of spoiler season, I am not going to be here in Victoria and at home. I am going to be away, and I will be able to do a stream or two during that time, but you know, this just helps smooth it out, I guess. So let's talk about some Magic cards. I don't know if this is going to be better. Thank you for centering the screen. Are these on Scryfall? Like, can I just go to Scryfall and then have this? Is this going to help? No, Scryfall's not updated. Okay. Is Tarkir going? Is this card image gallery going to be updated? They're all on Wizards. I love Wizards of the Coast. Thank you, Emma. That's very kind of you for helping me unscuff my scuffed stream. This also lets me go Wooburg, I guess. Yeah, I'm going to be talking about these cards through the lens of Canadian Highlander and, I guess, Commander and Cube and some Gladiator. Mostly Canadian Highlander. You're here for Canlander. Who am I kidding? You're here for Canlander. We could just go through Wooburg. And we'll start with Anafenza, Unyielding Lineage. 2 and a white for a 2/2 legendary spirit soldier with flash, first strike, and whenever another creature you control dies, Anafenza endures 2. So endure is a new mechanic from Tarkir Dragonstorm that is endure number. Then it's what it actually does is you put that amount of +1/+1 counters on it, or you make a NN white spirit token. So because Anafenza endures 2, you put 2 1/1 counters on it whenever a non-token creature you control dies, another one, or you make a 2/2 white spirit token. There are going to be cards with a different number with endure. As well as the big thing that I want to let people know, these spirits don't fly. They're a grounded spirit. They're like Kamigawa spirits. So just keep that in mind when somebody makes a 1/1 white spirit. It doesn't fly. And then Anafenza is a 2/2. Reverse Fabricate. Well, Fabricate, if you had like Fabricate 3, you'd put 3 counters on it or make 3 1/1s. You wouldn't make a bigger boy. And Anafenza is better than any of the Fabricate cards. Okay, so 3-mana 2/2 flash first strike. When another creature dies that you control, Anafenza gets bigger or you make a 2/2 spirit token. This card's pretty good. I like it a lot. It's annoying as all hell because it's a flash first striker, which means on combat, you can just do some wacky stuff. You can just catch people off guard. It has Ancient Tomb mana, which is pretty neat. And lets you get this card out early. Lets you just make this like a threat very quickly. I'm kind of aristocrating with this, but I don't think you really want it in aristocrats. Like the hard part about this card is that whenever a non-token thing dies, it gets bigger or you make replacement creatures. Is that not triggering off tokens can be a little awkward. Although, what's your name? There's a card that occasionally shows up in Aristocrats, Pawn of Ulamog, which is similarly like, it says whenever it or a non-token creature you control dies, you make a 0/1 spawn token. And this can fill that function a bit, but it doesn't like... There's a bit of an odd spot where it doesn't replace itself. It obviously gets Caracased, and the spawn tokens themselves, it makes tokens that are bigger, but like doesn't make tokens that really fit closer to the Aristocrats theme. You kind of want this for like a tokens deck, but also it doesn't work with tokens. You look at it and you're like, oh, maybe this does something in like a Sandy B style deck, and I don't think it goes far enough to do that. But I think if you just look at it and if you look at this card and analyze it in a very like, wow, this sure is a white creature that's annoying, and then you play it in decks with white creatures that are annoying, you're going to find the most success. But even then, like, what do these decks really want? Another 3-mana legend that just like it itself is vulnerable to everything under the sun? Not really. So I think I like it, but also I wouldn't be that surprised if like its inclusion is one done of like just you want more gotcha cards in your list, or you want more flash threats or whatever. Yeah, being able to flash this in as a response to like your opponent fatal pushing something, and then you get a 4/4 first strike is kind of cool. But like, yeah, I don't know. Like this is what this card suffers from. And this is like a common thing with 3 mana and 4 mana rares or mythics that are also like legends. It's not always legends, but especially for legends. Of just like, yeah, I did the thing that this card says to do. And it's like, okay, well, so what? Like how bad is that actually? Of like, I've caught you off guard and I've done the thing. It's like, okay. Your payoff is just more meat. It's just meat. This card is all meat. And it's meat that is easily disrupted, right? It's meat that you get Caracased or that it gets bolted or gets dealt with so easily. The flash makes it a little better against Caracas. But yeah, it's just meat, and I'm not super into this. You know? I'm not super into that. I'm into this card, but like my expectations are like reasonable. Is what I would say. I mean, I could talk about this new mechanic, Mobilize. I think they have the 2-drop got previewed. Okay. Elspeth Stormslayer. 3 white for a 5 loyalty legendary planeswalker Elspeth that says if one or more tokens would be created under your control, twice that many of those tokens are created instead. Then has +1, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. 0, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. Those creatures gain flying until end of turn. And -3, destroy target creature an opponent controls with mana value 3 or greater. This card, I think, is pretty damn good. I say until end of turn? Yeah, it's until your next turn. It has the Sorin Solemn Visitor text, meaning that this can be used defensively as well as offensively. So 5 mana Planeswalker in white is a little tough, just because it's a 5 mana card, and those don't always see play because they cost 5 mana. 5 mana, hit the table, get to 6 loyalty with 2 blockers. I can get behind if you don't have anything going on. The 5 mana, buff your team, give them flying until your next turn, which pushes a shitload of damage and also like makes sure that you can protect Elspeth as well. It's kind of nice. And then 5 mana ETB, or 5 mana that basically ETBs to kill their biggest creature. Mana value 3 or greater is honestly huge, right? Just like it's their white plume, hits basically any initiative creature actually, gets rid of their Murktide, their Abhorrent Oculus, their Delve threats, their Questing Beast, Rampaging Frostlawn, Tireless Tracker, whatever, right? Like not hitting, basically just say you can't hit 1s and 2s. That's okay. Can't hit tokens, which is a bit of an issue, but often if we're against tokens, you know, like if my opponent's making constructs, then I'm just going to play this and make some soldiers to block. Unfortunately, those constructs are likely going to grab a Shadow Spear to push through damage off the Urza Saga, if they already haven't, or it's like the other threatening token is Boo, which has Trample, which can push through. So that part's not the best. One thing I have skipped over, though, is this static ability. And there are 2 main things about this static ability. Is that, one, typically, like, if you're playing Elspeth, you're going to be playing with other token generators, right? You don't just slap this in, like, a White X mid-range deck or at the top end of, like, a Triple Mox Ancient Tomb deck or a Gaia's Cradle deck, and you're like, now I'm going to play Elspeth. You are a deck that is going to make additional tokens, right? Like you are a deck that is going to have a Jorked Rabbit or an Adeline or an Ocelot Pride. You're going to have Rabble Masters, like cards that make other tokens, right? Like this card is a tokens card. It is going to show up in tokens. And secondly, this ability costs 4 mana, right? Like, Anointed Procession is not a card that you are going to want to play in your deck, right? Like, you are not going to want to play this in a Canadian Highlander deck because you are paying 4 mana for a card that does nothing by itself. But Jesus fucking Christ, this is $60. What is wrong with players? But in this case, no, don't do that. In this case, we are getting 4 mana worth of card on a 5 mana card, right? Like, that is huge. You get that this effect alone costs 4 mana normally. And while it's not one that you would want to, like, while you wouldn't want to pay 4 mana for this card in Highlander, it is an effect you like, right? It's an effect that you want. And so the fact that you get this tacked on as an added bonus for your Planeswalker, and so that she is now like a 5 mana, 5 loyalty, up to 6, make 2 blockers, go to combat, like Adeline trigger or Rabblemaster trigger or Jorked Rabbit trigger, and I make twice as many. Ocelot Pride on my end step, make twice as many. That is absurd, right? That is absurd. So while this card's application is narrow, it also just happens to be in a deck that can facilitate the cost of 5, because we are talking about decks that are typically triple Mox plus Ancient Tomb, or have Gaia's Cradle in them and Mana Dorks. And is also just one of the top archetypes in the format. Like, tokens as like a whole range of decks, because there is a variety of different tokens decks. You have Mardu, which is often seen as the best, but we have Mardu tokens, we have Jeskai tokens, Naya tokens. We have so many different ways of building tokens, and that's kind of dope. So yeah, this card's pretty good. I might even consider playing this in that Bant Game Objects deck we built, just because it's not just creature tokens that this copies. And that's another deck that has double Moxen or triple Moxen, a Tolarian Academy involved, and like looks to control the board and gum up the board. And this is a card that is, well, really good at gumming up the board. Anywho. People were talking about this card being in Pauper. Canadian Highlander is not Pauper. But, like, this isn't the worst card in the world. Salt Road Pack Beast, 5 and a white for a 4/3 beast. It costs 1 less to cast for each creature you control. When this creature enters, you draw a card. I could see myself playing this in a deck with Ephemerate, basically. If I'm playing a deck with Ephemerate and, like, little duders, little shitters, I could see myself playing this card. Yeah, I think they moved to Affinity moving forward after Tarkir. Yeah. I don't have much to say about that card. This card is a bit too expensive. Card's a bit too expensive. I move past all these cards because they're not that great. I'll basically talk about any rare and mythic. They were asked on the reveal stream why it doesn't have Affinity, and they said, "We don't know. Ask Morrow." Okay. Classic. Smile at Death. 3 white. Oh my god, can we draft? 3 white for an enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, return up to 2 target creature cards with power 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Put a 1/1 counter on each of those creatures. This is a cool commander card. Nothing more, nothing less. It's a 5 mana card that 5 mana is a lot of mana, like we said about Elspeth. You have to have an abundance of creatures with lower power in your graveyard to bring them back. Yeah, it's like Alesha Rita Repulsa kind of card. Card's pretty good in Commander. It's a powerful effect in Commander. Huh? We got a new Banishing Light. United Battlefront. 3 and a white for a sorcery. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. Put up to 2 non-creature, non-land permanents with mana value 3 or less from among them into play. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. This one's very funny. So this Collected Company is a card that people constantly try to play in 100-card singleton, despite it being terrible. Like, the math doesn't work out. You need to have an absurd amount of creatures, and among those creatures, you need, in order to make that card like worthwhile, you need like a very specific density of 2s and 3s to make it that kind of powerhouse, right? And even then, if you have that density, you're spinning the wheel because it's singleton, whereas like 60 card having, you know, being able to Coco into, I don't even know what people Coco into anymore. Being able to Coco when your deck has like 4 Reflector Mage and 4 Tireless Tracker is pretty great, right? You get your Coco, you get your Tracker, and you're off to the races with that. That said, and I don't think this card is like a banger, but I am more impressed by this card than I expected. Mostly because this is not as limited as Collected Company. It's just non-creature, non-land, meaning that we can hit planeswalkers, artifacts, enchantments, and I guess technically battles. And there are decks that play a lot of artifacts, a lot of planeswalkers, and a reasonable amount of enchantments. In fact, there's a deck that I was going to work on later this week to play for our weekly Canlander stream, which is a Planeswalker stacks list that I had played pre-pandemic, looking to update it, that has a ton of 3-mana Planeswalkers, a ton of artifacts to like stacks them out, and a reasonable amount of enchantments to, you know, keep things locked together, which is kind of neat. Yeah, it's kind of like an old school Palcatraz list. Voice of Victory. 1 and a white for a 1/3 human bard with Mobilize 2. So Mobilize is another new mechanic. It says whenever this creature attacks, you create N tapped and attacking 1/1 red warrior tokens, and you sack them at the beginning of your next end step. So whenever this 2-mana 1/3 attacks, it attacks with 2 1/1 red warrior creature tokens that don't go away until the next end step. And it also says your opponent can't cast spells during your turn. That's really annoying. If we're talking about adding a card to like a Flash Hulk pile, Grand Abolisher just does this better. So this card is not Grand Abolisher. It is a different card than Grand Abolisher. It is a more aggressive card, and it's a card that is really fucking annoying because it is a 2-cost creature that is going to be able to attack for 3, be able to make multiple tokens, stop your opponent from blowing you out at combat, which is pretty important, especially in these white creature decks or these like token strategies where you're often incentivized to play things in your pre-combat main to boost your board, which can lead to people mucking your turn. It just says, no, don't do that. I'm going to go to my turn. I'm going to get to play my like War Leader's Call or my Rabblemaster or my Broadside Bombardiers, and I'm going to get to kill you. On Mobilize as well, these creatures being able to last until the end step means that you get to take advantage of stuff like Skull Clamp, being able to have these cards, these tokens stick around to then go to the clamp, or maybe they get sacrificed to something else at sorcery speed that you want to play in your second main. Yeah, card's pretty good. I expect to see this in token strategies and some mono white or white X human decks. Bleach Cocktail back for the 4th month. Hey, look, free stuff. I freaking love free stuff. Canlander players still trying to make anthems work. Flowering of the White Tree, Anthem of Champions, and War Leader's Call all have like multiple tournament winning results. And those are anthems. They're not making them work. They work in very specifically one archetype. The archetype where you would want to play them. I mean, Flowering the White Tree has a little bit of a, you know, spot in some just like other white X decks, but like, yeah, the other ones are just any of those 3, right? Bant tokens, Jeskai tokens, Mardu tokens, whatever. Naya. We did look at the new Elspeth. Yep. Wow, there's so many versions of these cards. This card is new. They haven't given us the normal art for this. Static Snare. 4 and a white for an enchantment with flash. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each attacking creature when the CTB is exiled target artifact creature and opponent controls. This artifact leaves play. Yes, thank you, Muzzing Golfer. It does trigger off beans, which is pretty interesting. But I gotta imagine this is mostly costing an amount of mana that I'm not super excited for, and we only get 1 copy of beans. The thing about the beans decks is that if you're playing beans in your deck, like if we're on Scape Shift, or like let's say we build Sultai Beans or like Bant Beans Control or Jeskai Beans or whatever, like the cards that trigger beans, they just happen to trigger beans, right? Like, oh man, I evoked Fury and I drew a card off my beans, or I cast Dig Through Time or Time Warp, which I was already doing, and I drew some beans. This card, I'm not excited to play without beans. It's just too expensive. And if I want this kind of effect, I'd play Leyline Binding. Very good with beans. It is worth mentioning that this has the Up the Beanstalk. Is the card I'm talking about. Yeah, it has the Witchstalker's Frenzy kind of Witchstalker Frenzy-ish clause. It's not an exact 1-to-1, but like it also counts your attacking creatures. So for whatever reason you want to play this in a deck with your own like creatures turning sideways and then you flash them. Is Anafenza anything? We just talked about Anafenza for like 7 minutes. Jabik and Yielding, did you really step away for the exact 7 minutes that I talked about Anafenza? This is why you shouldn't leave the stream for anything. You got here late? Well, you were here earlier. But yes, we talked about Anafenza. There's like a solid 7 minutes on Anafenza. She's all right. On to blue. Work. Oh. All these blue cards kind of suck. I'm gonna level with you. I kind of want to talk about this one because I've been playing Cascade recently. And this also showcases a new mechanic. This is Durgar Island Dragon. For 5 and a blue, you get a 4/4 flying dragon with ward 2. But it also has Omen, or an Omen, which is very similar to an adventure called Skimming Strike, where you can pay 1 in a blue as an instant Omen to cast a spell, and it says tap up to 1 target creature, draw a card, then shuffle this card into its owner's library. Then shuffle the card into the owner's library is a part of this card resolving. So instead of casting my spell, goes off on an adventure, and then I can cast it later from the adventure or from exile or whatever. It just gets put back into my deck. This one I actually don't hate in the Cascade list because, well, that deck just needs enough cards to keep it alive. This is a card that can keep you alive and can draw a card, and also is not really at risk of getting cascaded into. But if you flip it off of, I don't know, if I Tybalt's Trickery into this by accident or whatever, it's not that embarrassing. Like a 4/4 flying ward 2 can cause enough of a ruckus, depending on the matchup, I guess. But yeah, that's Omen. Omen's kind of cool. Yeah, I guess I said I'd talk about every rare. Meringue River Regent. 4 blue for a 6/7 flying. When this creature enters, return up to 2 other target non-land permanents to their owner's hand. And it has an Omen as an instant, coil, and catch for 3 and a blue. Draw 3 cards and then discard a card. This is another kind of card like that last dragon that I could maybe consider in the Cascade deck, but that's it. I would not want to play this in a fair, card. It's just split cards. No, it's just kicker. Everything is a split card or kicker. Everything. This one's kind of interesting. I don't think it's particularly good, but it's kind of annoying. Singing Strike Mastery. 1 blue for an enchantment aura. Enchant creature. Tap the enchanted creature. Enchanted creature doesn't untap. The new enchanted creature has pay 5 generic, untap this creature. 1 mana for this effect is great. Last time this card cost 2 mana and was 6 to untap. Or there's the one from Kaldheim that like domes you out for a bunch of blue, or for a single blue mana. And people are like, this is the new Swords to Plowshares. And it was not the new Swords to Plowshares. This can lock down some annoying threats for a single blue, which is kind of neat. And the fact that it's an enchantment is kind of neat. But these cards are always like, dang, it really stinks that my opponent still gets clues from their tireless tracker, can still play lands from their Ramanap Excavator. They still have the initiative, even if they have a tapped creature or whatever. Yeah. Tygem, overrated opportunist. So Tygem is one of the cards with a new, I guess, ability word, or like there's a thing that has always been in Magic and now they have a name for it. 1 and a blue for a 2/2. It's a legendary creature human monk, and it has Flurry. Which Flurry is just whenever you cast your second spell each turn. You do a thing. In this case, it's whenever you cast your second spell each turn, copy it, then exile the spell you cast with 4 time counters on it. If it doesn't have suspend, it gains suspend. I think this card is... Okay, so here's the interesting thing. I look at this card, and I go, huh, I guess it's better than it looks. And then I move on. But then I see people talking about this card as if it's like busted. And not Commander players. I mean, Commander players are talking about this card like it's busted. But like I've seen other people talking about this card like it's just going to like be a real player in 60 card formats. Which is kind of surprising to me. Like, you get both copies of the second spell that you're casting, but I have to include this fucker in my deck. I have to include this thing. Like, the play pattern of, like, Tygem, and then immediately bolting your creature, or swordsing your creature, and then, like, their creature's gone, and you deal with my Tygem or whatever, and then 4 turns down the line, like, you get a thing, right? 5 if you count this actual turn, is not forever, but it's pretty darn close. Yeah, it's, so, like, my range is that I think initially I looked at this and said, wow, I'm just going to play a better card in this slot, right? Like, it is 2 mana and it is blue and a single blue pip. That does a lot. But I can think of just better cards to play in this slot. And then I was like, maybe it's a little better. Maybe I'm being a bit harsh. Like, if I Tygem into Thought Scour, or if I get to untap with this card and like do it again, that's kind of neat. But like, could you imagine untapping with a 2/2? Especially early on. Like, I feel like this card is, it's the kind of card that you want it to be really good early and late, but when you get it late, it then does a thing really fucking late, right? Like, when people say like this is good late game, they mean like turn 7 or like turn 6 to 8 or whatever, right? Maybe more than that. But then that's another 4 turns on top of it.
Wheeler. He's a trained duelist.
Each turn's kind of dope, but I feel like most of the things, like, it's 2025. We don't have to play cards that require other cards to be good, right? We already have Dreadhorde Arcanist. We have Tamiyo. We get Psychic Frog. A Johnny. I don't know. It's this card. I would like to be wrong with this card because like there are some cool play patterns with it. I'm just not very enthused. Yeah, you can't drop during a draft. I don't even know if you can draft. Anywho, I'll talk about. There's got to be another harmonized card that's being previewed, right? Have they previewed the good one? Yeah, they have. Or one of the good ones. Ooh. This card's kind of cool. I don't think it's that great, but it is pretty cool. Of Caustic Exhale. 1 black for an instant. As an additional cost to cast this spell, behold a dragon or pay 1. To behold a dragon, choose a dragon you control or reveal a dragon card from your hand. And target creature gets -3/-3. Dragons aren't really a thing in Canlander. There's not a density of like good dragons. I mean, you could build. I've seen people build like a cheeky like 3-color, 4-color like dragon mid-range stompy kind of deck. Sure, if you draw your Moxen or your Soul Ring, you can maybe do a thing. If there were more dragons, this is like a totally fine spell and actually one worth like looking at, right? Like one black -3/-3 is pretty good. But yeah, the dragon requirement, yeah, I'm not into it. Ooh. Carsey Revenant. Carsey Revenant for 1 black, you get a 3/3 vampire with flying, death touch, and lifelink that has renew, another kind of ability word for something that's popped up a bit. You pay a cost. In this case, the renew cost is 2 and a black. And you exile this card from your graveyard. You put a flying, death touch, and a lifelink counter on target creature. And you can only renew as a sorcery. So you're paying 3 mana, 3/3 for a flying death touch lifelinker. And when it dies, you can turn something else into a flying death touch lifelinker. Who doesn't love Vampire Nighthawk? Right? Like, it's Vampire Nighthawk. It's dope. It's cool. And as the premier vampires pilot of the format, I'll just take any playable vampire. If you give me a vampire, even if it's a 3-drop, if you give me a vampire and I'm like, oh yeah, no, this feels like a 2025 card, non-derogatory, I'll play this card. Like, yeah, I'm in. It's just, it still suffers from all the same weaknesses as Vampire Nighthawk. Dice to bolts, it has no ETB, double black pip can be tough at times, but like, fuck it, I just need something. Anything. Give me more good vampires. And this one is a reasonable vampire, a not embarrassing vampire, I guess I should say. All right, didn't get as much of a rise out of Angel as I would have liked. That's unfortunate. That's okay. That's okay. I should update the stream title, huh? There we go. Sidisi, Regent of the Mire. 1 and a black for a 1/3 legendary zombie snake warlock. With tap, sack a creature you control with mana value X other than Sidisi. Return target creature card with mana value X +1 from your graveyard to play. Used only as a sorcery. So this lets you birthing pod style effect, but from your graveyard. And it can't sack itself. That's a cool ability. That is a strong ability. You would need some additional garbage to go along with it, but that's not exactly tough to find. And it's a 2-drop. it's a 2-drop. The big difference between this and like Tigum is like, okay, so I Tigum and then I have something immediately and then I get something down the line, and that's really cool and good. And I'm a card that only wants you to play other really powerful cards or really cheap cards that replace themselves, right? And that's a bit of a hard ask. Sidisi is just like, hey, what's up, everybody? I'm here to do garbage and bullshit in decks that already are filled with garbage and bullshit. And everybody clapped. Everybody loved that. They were there. Yay! Yay, Sidisi, you block Ragavan. Please sacrifice me. Ooh, I wish you would sacrifice my Ace Fang Coddle. Right? Like, that is... Sidisi is kind of similar to Tigum, but is just more playable and appealing because it does something completely unique, and you're already playing garbage, right? Like, the ability to have this card just set up some pretty absurd plays, especially in stuff like Seeker Walk or in like that Chain of Smog kind of deck, the Chain of Smog Thoracle combo deck that we were talking about, or zombies, just playing this as like a fair-ish card is pretty nice. That's I'm into that. I'm into that. One thing, just right out the, not right out the gates, this is at the end of me talking about this card. One thing worth mentioning, this is a black 2-drop. It's a zombie. Zombies has been getting better and better. Zombies holds a heart, a place in my heart. Zombies holds a heart. They've got the zombies got that heart. It's a 2-drop for zombies. It's a 2-drop for zombies that is also a powerful engine piece, much like the lady from Foundations. What's her name? Zahir or something? Zahir? Zola Shar. So now Zombies has Zula Shar and Sidisi. You have some additional 2-drops that let you start doing, you know, zombie things, bringing stuff from the graveyard, sacking stuff, all that, which is cool. Just more, yeah. Oh, Zahur is the Amonkhet zombie from Dift, but is also a 2-mana card. Great. I mean, I guess that lines up with what I'm saying then. Like, yeah, you just have more 2-mana zombies now. Lost Monarch for Ifnir is a sick new one for zombies. I agree, Matt. I like that Lost Monarch, but also like zombies wasn't lacking in 4-drops, you know? Like that list had a ton of 4-drops that could just end the game pretty quickly. And while the Lost Monarch is an upgrade to some of those, I think the biggest reason why we haven't seen more zombies is just there are not enough 2-drops. You just need more 2s. That deck has more 1s, but the 1s don't really jive well with the 3s. And you know, you just need some 2-drops, right? You need some 2s. I don't think this card is good. It's kind of interesting. Yathon Tomb Guard. 2 and a black for a 2/3 human warrior with menace, and whenever a creature you control with a counter on it deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card and you lose a life. Cool. This is going to be a commander card. Esper and Sultai zombies. Likely not Sultai zombies, but I'll take a look at blue black or Esper. There's some interesting Esper cards. That's wild. There are only 120 zombies at 2 mana. That's not a lot. I mean, I guess that's actually kind of par for the course. How many of them are good, is what I'm trying to say. How many of these cards are real? 4-color zombies is interesting. Problem with 4-color for that kind of deck, and honestly for 3-color, is that like you have so many double black pips, and there are a lot of turns where you would want to just like spend 4 black mana, which can be tough. Strategic Betrayal. 1 in black for a sorcery. Target opponent exiles a creature they control and their graveyard. This is a sorcery speed exile edict that also Tormod's crypts them. I think this card's not good enough. Exiling their graveyard, pretty cool. Exiling a creature of their choice. Edicts are pretty bad when they're not Childred's Edict. And or like Liliana the Veil on the play. And yeah, like the Tormod's Crypt part of this is kind of neat. The problem is it's early on, it's just awkward as a way to try to stay alive because exiling their graveyard doesn't matter as much. And you're kind of incentivized to do this early when they're likely to have fewer creatures. Or if you need this to just survive and they get the choice. And then late game, it can be good if they only have 1 creature and you get to exile them. But also, like, I don't know, there's just spots where you can pretty easily see late game and early game where this doesn't do what you want to do. So then why don't I just play a card that does what I want to do? You get what I'm saying? On to red. I guess I'll talk about this card. Sarkhan, Dragon Ascendant. 1 in a red for a 2/2 legendary human druid. Not a shaman? When Sarkhan enters, you may behold a dragon. If you do, create a treasure token. Whenever a dragon you control enters, put a 1/1 counter on Sarkhan until end of turn and becomes a dragon in addition to its other types. Oh, they're moving away from shaman. Oh. Interesting. Have they deemed it problematic? I mean, I could see them deeming it a bit problematic. Shaman, his word has become has some less than perfect origins. Wait till I tell you about Druid. Yeah, this card's not great. Druid is also problematic, but Druid is more Druid is similarly problematic, but less problematic because it's primarily white people. Well, that's also a harder nut to crack. They killed all the Druids. Not exclusively 50 keys. Yeah, they use it in D&D. It's fine. We're too far gone. Yeah, I don't know. This card is a commander card. What do you want me to say? It's a fucking commander card. Oh, heavens. What did I do? Stormscale Scion. 4 red for a 4/4 dragon with flying, and other dragons you control get +1/+1. Oh. Hold on, I received an important thing. You can look at this dragon and talk amongst yourselves. Do 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 do. Hold on, I gotta be prompt, chat. Oh, I know what I should do.
At B Wheeler MTG, right? Stephen A. Smith, what is your pack one, pick one in a Magic the Gathering vintage cube draft between Black Lotus and Sol Ring? Pack one, pick one. Magic Gathering vintage cube draft. I'm going to go with this one right here. You know why? We're talking about Magic, right? We're talking about some vintage cube draft, right? Right? Where the hell is this going? This might be taking me to another universe. I don't know where the hell I'm going through here. This looks far more intimidating. This is deceitful and all of that stuff. It could do harm. It could kill you. I get all of that. But this right here, I like this better right now. This seems a bit more imposing. I'm just guessing, but that's how I'm feeling this right here. At B Wheeler MTG, right?
Oh, you're just gonna loop? Okay. I'm good. Stormscale Scion, thank you for your patience, everybody. Stormscale, how the fuck did viewership go up 40 people when I was silent? I was just sitting here doing nothing. And people are like, oh, hell yeah. Okay. 6 mana for a 4/4 dragon with flying that says other dragons you control get +1/+1 and have storm. Well, sorry, the dragons don't get that. This has storm. I think that this is not actually a storm card. I think, like, you could maybe play this as a storm card. This is going to be, like... This is mostly just a casual card, for what it's worth. But, like, you only really need to cast one thing, and then this, and then you've got something golden, right? Like, Seething Song into this... Making 2 5/5s is pretty nice. But then we've just built a Broodmate Dragon, and that kind of stinks. Which is kind of funny. Like, you look at this card and you're like, hey, you know what? This isn't that bad. Like, I made 2 copies of this, and then I have a Broodmate Dragon or whatever. Or, well, sorry, they don't think of Broodmate when they say this. They're like, I storm off and I have a bunch of dragons, or I, cast 2 spells and I make this. Isn't that cool? 10 power for 6 mana, 2 cards. And it's like, well, we kind of got close to that with, like, Broodmate. I don't know. I wouldn't play this in a storm deck, I don't think. I mean, it would be pretty funny to play Lotus Storm and just have this card. Like, what if okay, tell you what. Actually, I've changed my tune. Next time I play Storm, like Lotus Storm, at a weekly tournament, I will include this card. That would be so funny. I just need to get it to 6 mana. Seething Song, pitch a Spirit Guide. I cast a Mishra's Bauble or whatever. Here's some 5/5s. Kill me. Oh, it's the Yeti. This card's very weird. It's a red mana dork. Oh, thank God. Finally, some good food. Channeled Dragonfire. It's also a harmonized card without reminder text. Channel Dragonfire. 1 red for a sorcery. Channel Dragonfire deals 2 damage to any target that has harmonized for 5 red. What harmonize is it's a combination of like flashback and ferocious. In that this deals 2 damage, and then you can cast this from your graveyard for its harmonized cost, and you can reduce the generic mana of that cost by tapping a creature you control. Ferocious, not Convoke. I mean, it's kind of a combination of all of those. So if I have a 5/5 creature and I cast Channel Dragonfire for dealt 2 damage, and now it's in my graveyard, I can then tap that 5/5 creature and pay 2 red to flash it back from my graveyard. It's great. It's Firebolt. It's just second Firebolt. That's it. Any type of burn spell that you can cast for 1 mana and then cast later on in the game, yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. There was a harmonized card here, right? The blue one? And then you exile it. That's worth mentioning. Yeah, you can only tap a single creature to do it, which is why I didn't talk about Convoke. Because Convoke is like, you tap all your creatures. This is just one big creature helping to cast this card. Pretty straightforward. 1 mana sorcery, 2 to anything. And then if I have a 3/3 or a 4/4 or a 2/2 or whatever, I just tap some mana later and I just kill them. Are they any instance with Harmonize revealed yet? I don't think so, but I also am going to shut up. Greater Hoof Behemoth is back. It's got Magali art, which is very funny. It's a big elephant. I like that. I kind of like this more than the big hamburger that Chris Ron did, but it's Greater Hoof Behemoth. These cards are all poo. This card's kind of interesting. Undergrowth Leopard. 1 in a green for a 2/2 cat with vigilance and pay 1 generic, sack this creature, destroy target artifact or enchantment. It's a Bosley with vigilance. This kind of fights the slot of Outland Liberator and Cankerbloom. I think I'm more interested in playing Cankerbloom most of the time. But I will say the fact that this is also a cat means that you can trigger your Ajani Nakatl Pariah, which is kind of nice. It's just a little side grade. Or a like, which version of this deck are you playing? If you're in green-white, maybe you're just playing Bosley. Maybe you play Bosley plus 1 other card, and this being another card that is also a cat could be relevant. There are also some other cards that care about cats, right? Like Basri and stuff. Yeah. I don't know. Also, I like this art a lot. Cute little cat. Yeah, Bosley's like, don't cat splain me, man. I know Bosley's a cat. I know all about Bosley. I Bosley all the time. Some say I Bosley too much. Catlander. Cats is almost there. All Out Assault. 2 red, white, and a black for an enchantment. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and have Death Touch. When this enchantment enters, if it's your main phase, there's an additional combat phase after this phase, followed by an additional main phase. When you attack this next turn, untap each creature you control. So this comes into play. Buffs your team. They now have Death Touch. It is now entered. Presumably, this is a main phase. Let's call it our pre-combat main phase. Or let's call it post-combat. Let's go with pre-combat because you want to cast this and then get the bonus for all your combats. So this enters its main phase. After this phase, so after your main phase, you go to the additional combat step. Then you go back to the main phase. Then you go to a combat step. And then you go to the main phase. So we play this. We go to the additional combat. We attack with everything. They all untap. And then we go to the additional main phase. Then we attack with everything. They all untap. Then we go to the third and final main phase, and then we go to the end step and whatnot. Worth noting that this just says when you attack, untap each creature you control. This means that even creatures that did not attack this turn will get untapped. So for instance, if I tap my Mother of Ruins to give something protection from a color, then I attack and it untaps everything. Oh, it's only next attack. You know what? I'm talking a lot about this. I have this thing I do that whenever I'm talking about a card like this, as soon as I misspeak, I'm done. I'm just like, yeah, this card's not playable. You're not playing it. Who gives a shit? I'm just fucking off of it. It's just like, I kind of had a groove and I was just talking about some neat things. Oh, I misspoke? Yeah, fuck this. I'm out. I'm out. This card's shit. You're not playing it. Let's be serious here. I mean, it's good for, you know, the commander or whatever. I don't like being outsmarted by the card. Too many rules on this card to do such a small thing. I guess I said I'd do all the rares. Baron Step Siege. 2 white and a black for an enchantment. As this enchantment enters, choose Abzan or Mardu. Abzan, at the beginning of your end step, you put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. Mardu, if a creature died under your control this turn, at the beginning of your end step, you each opponent sacks a creature of their choice. Probably pretty good and limited in Commander. Not good enough in Canlander. Buffing on your end step for 4 mana. Not great. My thing died. You get to Edict. I paid 4 mana for this. You know you could just cast Comet, right? Bator, Kin to All. 2 white, black, and a green for a 5/7 legendary creature Spirit Dragon with flying. And at the beginning of your end step, if creatures you control have total toughness 10 or greater, you draw a card. Then if creatures you control have total toughness 20 or greater, untap each creature you control. Then if creatures you control have total toughness 40 or greater, each opponent loses half their life, rounded up. This is a commander card. It's not that embarrassing as a threat, right? Like, you play this with one other creature, and it's like a 5 mana 5/7 flyer end step draw a card. But again, it's 5 mana. You know what you could do for 5 mana? You could play better cards. What? Hi, Mulder. Mulder woke up, and now she's yelling at me. Yeah, this is just you could just play good cards instead. 5 mana is so much mana. Like, you need to be on Gaia's Cradle, or like you better be able to have an alt way of casting it, or like you're either wrathing the board, you are a Gaia's Cradle deck, and there's just nothing better than this exact 5 mana card for you to play, or you're like Triple Mox Ancient Tomb that can gum up the board. It's just very funny. This is I kind of want to call it like they're win more cards, but they're win more cards in a way that like break the brains of like casual players. I don't know what to call them. I kind of want to call them cactus cards. Like, it's a cactus. Like that stupid cactus from from Final Fantasy that just like, I don't know. I saw somebody on Twitter or Blue Sky tweet about it, and they're posted numbers, and they're like, shit, this is all I'm going to do. I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to share this for the, you know, I'm just going to, this is my thing now. I'm just going to type Magic the Gathering over and over again. Despicable. And it wasn't even tongue-in-cheek. Unbelievable. Frost Cliff Siege. Oh, I guess I should do this thing. Frost Cliff Siege. 1 blue and a red for an enchantment. As this enchantment enters, choose Jeskai or Temur. On Jeskai, 1 or more creatures deal combat damage to a player, you draw a card. And on Temur, creatures you control get +1/+0 and have trample and haste. This one's not that bad. I could see this being played in Jeskai tokens. The flexibility is nice. Trample and haste is obviously pretty nice. The problem is that like you only get so many anthems, and you could just have War Leader's Call, which is like, you don't get the choice of which part you get, but you get 2 things that you really like. Although War Leader's Call doesn't give haste, right? Am I picking Jeskai or Temur? That's the beauty of it. You can pick both. Well, no, you can't. But you can. It depends. It depends on the situation. Yeah, I know it pinged them, but for some reason I thought that card gave haste too. But I think it's just because it's typically played in decks that make creatures with haste. Are you allowed to pick Temur in a Jeskai deck? No, it's illegal actually. The cops come by and shoot your dog if they do that. Which is unrelated to it being illegal. They're there to shoot you, but if a cop sees a dog, they have to shoot it. That's why the canine unit is so special. Because they have, not only do they have to find a dog that is able to, you know, listen to orders and be so specific about what it does and very well trained. They have to find a cop that is very well trained so as to not shoot the dog immediately on sight. Okay. This card costs 4 mana. Inevitable defeat. 1 red, white, and a black for an instant. Can't be countered. Exile target an online permanent. Its controller loses 3 and you gain 3. This card's expensive, but it's not that bad. Like, it's 4 mana, but it's always doing its thing, which is what, like, gives it a bit of a pass. And you'd have to find the deck to play this. Like, you could be like a Jeskai Black style deck or like a Mardu, I don't know, Mardu Super Friends or whatever. But like 4 mana, instant speed, it's always doing what it sets out to do. It exiles it so that it's just gone forever. And you get a little bit of a cushioning because you have spent 4 mana on a removal spell. Which is like a tough sell because you need to be an archetype that does this, but it's not that bad. Card's not that bad. Yeah, and it basically, it just says like, look, I know it's 4 mana, but they are not going to counter it. And you get to shift life totals in such a way that can make it a little easier to cast. Kotis the Fang Keeper. 1 black, green, and a blue for a 2/1 legendary zombie warrior that is indestructible. Whenever Kotis deals combat damage to a player, exile the top X cards of their library, where X is the amount of damage dealt. You may cast any number of spells with mana value X or less from among them without paying their mana cost. This sure is a 4 mana legend without an ETB that requires you to hit them. It happens to be indestructible, but Krakus doesn't give a shit. Swords doesn't care. Pat doesn't care. Ramanap Excavator doesn't care. My Wall of Blossoms just gets in the way of this thing forever. Commander card. Narset, Jeskai Waymaster. Blue, red, and a white for a 3/4 legendary creature human monk. At the beginning of your end step, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw cards equal to the number of spells you've cast this turn. I believe that this card is also a commander card. There are spots where if you're like a Jeskai tempo deck, like you could play this on 3. Next turn, you're like, bolt your thing, cantrip, play out another creature, play my land, pitch my hand, and then draw 2 to 3 cards. And like, that's kind of appealing. But I would rather just Mantis Rider them. I just want to Mantis Rider them. That's it. Nirev, Heart of the Storm. 1 red, white, and a black for a 4/5 legendary spirit dragon with flying. And if a creature you control entered this turn would deal damage, it deals twice that much damage instead. So this is a 4 mana 4/5 flyer with no other text that gets Karakas. Rakshasa's Bargain. This has one of the worst mana costs to describe of all time. 2 colorless and 2 colorless or a black, 2 colorless or a green, 2 colorless or a blue. For an instant, look at the top 4 cards of your library. Put 2 of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. The best, I mean, I like this for like Magic the Gathering purposes, but I hate it for explaining this card to people purposes. Basically, you play 3 mana in Sultai to look at the top 4, 2 go into your hand, and the rest into the graveyard at instant speed. Worse than Stock Up, different from Stock Up. Stock Up being the 2 and a blue sorcery, look at 5, put 2 in the hand, rest on the bottom. Stock Up is sorcery speed, and puts the cards on the bottom. And doesn't draw a card off beans. So those are 3, or I guess... let's be more fair to it. Stock Up is sorcery speed, puts the cards on the bottom, and costs 3 mana. Which is a downside, right? 3 mana is a lot of mana at sorcery speed to just draw cards. This bargain is also 3 mana, which is not great, but triggers off of beans, which is pretty relevant. You look at 4 cards instead of 5, but you still get to put the same amount of cards into your hand. And you get to put the rest into your graveyard, which is basically a second hand. And you get to do it at instant speed. And you can also pitch to any number of pitch spells, which in beans, like, yeah, you're going to play Force of Wills. You'll play Contagion. So this pitching to Contagion is not nothing. Yeah, this card's really good. It's really good. Hard to cast, but who cares? We have Triomes, we have Original Duels, we have Fetches. We'll make it work. Yeah, good card. Rediscover the Way. Blue, red, and a white for an Enchantment Saga. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand, the rest on the bottom in a library in any order. This happens on the first chapter and the second chapter. Then on the third chapter, whenever you cast a non-creature spell this turn, target creature you control gains double strike until end of turn. This is a 3 mana card that does look at a lot of cards, which is kind of nice. It looks at them broken up. And then the ultimate can just kill somebody. I don't know. Full disclosure, we skipped this card on North 100 set review. And maybe we shouldn't have. Because, like, yeah, it doesn't really do anything the turn you play it, other than just, like, replace itself, and it just kind of sits in play. But the fact that you get to do that again, so it is like this card is like a stock up that pitches to Solitude and Fury and Pyrokinesis. And can just kill them when you get to the last chapter. Like, what if we rediscover the way into Aragorn into killing them? It's not bad. Yes, John Herzog. Yeah, I don't know. I have changed my tune on this card a bit. I think it might be okay. It's a do nothing card, but the do nothing is it just looks at so many cards, and you get so much information on the second draw, which is kind of nice. Like, typically the play pattern is you play this, and then you find a card that is going to deal with the thing that your opponent is playing because you have not done anything. Then, the second time comes around and lets you either dig deeper for something if you missed on the first, or lets you find a land to be able to play out your stuff, or lets you find a cheap threat or a card that you can then, like, double spell with. And then on the last turn, if you have a creature, you just get to push for a shitload of damage. Seems cool. Shiko, Paragon of the Way. My cat screamed at me as soon as I said Shiko. I'm not renaming you to Shiko. You're too old. Shiko, Paragon of the Way. 2 and a Jeskai for a 4/5 legendary spirit dragon. It has flying and vigilance, and when it enters, you exile target non-land card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard. You copy it. Then you may cast the copy without paying its mana cost. This card's not bad. It's expensive. It is a 5 mana card. It's closer to like Goblin Dark Dwellers. Did I skip the Mardu card? Yeah, because it's not good. This is closer to Goblin Dark Dwellers than like anything, but it's a really fucked up Goblin Dark Dwellers. Also, like, yeah, you can practice this if you want. I just get to keep doing this. And I think that's okay. This is a card where it's like, hey, this card's pretty good. Where am I playing it? And I don't have a good answer. Because it's not like a Seeker Walk card, right? Like, we want to keep our original copies because we use like the different zones and the cards changing zones and doing a bunch of wild stuff. And so it's kind of just unfortunately without a home. Like, maybe if you have like a Jeskai Skies type of deck or whatever, and you want to return your Mantis Rider, ooh, that's kind of cool. But I don't know. It's a little lost. It can make 8 mana worth of cards though. Skirmish Rhino. White, black, and a green for a 3/4 Rhino with trample, and when this creature enters, each opponent loses 2 and you gain 2. This is a... I'm sure people have come up with the worst pun name for this, like 3 Rhino or something. Which I would argue that Siege Rhino was already a 3 Rhino because it did 3. This card's fine. It's pretty good. You can Chthonian Nightmare it, which is kind of nice. It's really annoying. It's just good to play in like an Abzan Blade, Abzan midrange style deck. Like, it's big enough to survive Bolt, has a reasonable ETB, and has Trample. Great. You can return it off Unearth. You can return it off Helping Hand, Savine's Reclamation. That's huge. That's huge. You can Eldritch Evolution into this off of Mana Dork. Kind of funny. This card's a little interesting. Green, blue, and a red for a 4/3. Orc Ranger. It's a creature. Its name is Temur Battlecrier, by the way. During your turns, spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each creature you control with power 4 or greater. Because this card has 4, often this is a 4 mana 4/3 that says during your turn, spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. But if you have multiple, then they can go even cheaper. This is a card that has all upside except for the fact that it has no ETB, dies to Lightning Bolt, and then like, which deck do I want this effect that I'm also willing to play just like a 3 mana 4/3 vanilla creature, right? Like, even if I'm like Rug Monsters or like a Rug like Moon kind of deck, there are just better things to play than this. Like, there's a better direction to go than this, which might be a recurring trend with this set. It's just like, damn, check out these cards that I just would rather play other versions of. You know? Taval, Arbiter of Virtue. 2 black, blue, and a green. That's the order. For a 6/6 legendary spirit dragon with flying and lifelink, and spells you cast have delve. Whenever you cast a spell, you lose life equal to its mana value. This is a commander card. You had me for the 6 mana 6/6 flying lifelink. That's what's up. The delve thing is cute and powerful, but just like, fuck me. I just try to play spells and I just lose a bunch of life. Very rude. Very rude indeed. That's it. Now we're talking. Ureni, the Song Unending. 5 green, blue, and a red for a 10/10 legendary spirit dragon with flying, protection from white, and protection from black. When Ureni enters, it deals X damage divided as you choose among any number of target creatures and or planeswalkers your opponents control, or X's number of lands you control. I think this card is very good. I imagine this is a card that people are going to try to natural order into. And they should. It's also a card that fits well into the 3 colors that are commonly played for Craterhoof decks. And Craterhoof can natural order into Dragonlord Atarka. That's not advised because Dragonlord Atarka, if you've ever played Dragonlord Atarka, like post-pandemic, you are going to be so sad that it just like, oh, I could only kill one thing. And that's not great. being able, but when it's attached to a 10/10 pro white, pro black, even if this is just killing one thing or killing a planeswalker, I think I'm okay with that. Mostly because this just kills people in 2 hits. Like guaranteed, more or less guaranteed 2 hits. Pro black, pro white means that we're dodging Wandering Emperor, Solitude, Sword Splashers, Path to Exile. We are already dodging Fatal Push and Cutdown, but it also attacks past or blocks Atraxa, Grand Unifier, Psychic Frog. It outmuscles cards like Abhorrent Oculus and Murktide Regent. It doesn't dodge Karakas, but the decks that the deck that I was pitching this in is a deck that can recast this card. And I wouldn't be too excited if this was getting, if I was the player with Karakas, like I might do this to not die, but Karakasing this card is just a problem. Like I'm just not going to be able to like resolve anything. Yeah, this card's really good. It's very funny because like if you NO this card out, like sometimes it just deals 2 to 3 damage. But sometimes that's okay. That's just the tempo play you need of like, yeah, I guess this card comes into play. I'm going to kill your 1 creature and then I just have a 10/10 that you can't deal with. What are we doing? A bunch of dragons, bunch of art on cards. Trying to make sure I'm not missing. Why does this have? Oh, it's a bundle promo. Oh, there are the commander cards as well. Okay. I don't really want to talk about all the commander cards. I guess I could. Elsha, Threefold Master. Jeskai for a 1/1 legendary Jin Monk with Trample, Prowess, and whenever Elsha deals combat damage to a player, create that many 1/1 white monk creature tokens with Prowess. This card dies to Orcish Bowmasters and Lightning Bolt and doesn't have an ETB and gets Karakas. Yoink. Eshki Temir's Roar. 2 blue and a red for a 2/2 legendary creature human warrior. Whenever you cast a creature spell, put a 1/1 counter on Eshki. If that spell's power is 4 or greater, draw a card. If that spell's power is 6 or greater, Eshki deals damage equal to Eshki's power to each opponent. This is a 3-mana 2/2 that doesn't do anything by itself. Felithar the Steadfast. 1 white, black, and a green for an 0/5 legendary human warrior that says each creature you control assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. Creatures you control can attack as though they didn't have defender, and pay 3 generic, tap, sack another creature, draw cards equal to the sacrifice creature's toughness, discard creatures equal to its power. Finally, a card for Magic the Gathering. That deck actually, it felt like it had some legs to it. Like, when I was playing that deck, I was like, I bet I could 3-1 a tournament with this. And like, here we go. Another card for that. But yeah, still a meme deck, 100%. Kotis Sibsig Champion. Sultai for a 3/3 legendary zombie warrior. Once during your turns, you may cast a creature spell from your graveyard by exiling 3 other cards from your graveyard in addition to paying its other costs. And whenever 1 or more creatures you control enter, if 1 or more of them entered from a graveyard or was cast from a graveyard, you put 2 counters on Kotis. Kotis is the most exciting of the bunch, but it's also a 3-mana 3/3 that dies to bolt, no ETB, that needs additional cards in your graveyard as well as additional... Like, you need 4 cards in your graveyard, one of them being a creature you want to cast. And you need to untap to do all of it. It is kind of interesting that this is effectively Underworld Breach on creatures, right? It gives your creatures escape, and the creatures don't get exiled if they leave play or whatever. There is a way that this could maybe do some pretty gross stuff, right? You could combo with this card. But the combos are a little convoluted, not great, and expensive to get going. But I think instead of just comboing with this card, it's 1 during each of your turn. Never mind, this card sucks. I was trying to think of a nice thing to say about these commander cards because I'm sure there's going to be somebody watching this going like, I don't like that he's poo-pooing all these cards. And it's like, well, for one thing, these are literally commander cards. And secondly, don't take this as a oh, thank God. This is great timing because somebody is saying, I'm new to Canlander. Is Karakas played in every deck regardless of the deck's color? The answer is no. There are a lot of decks that skip playing Karakas entirely. And that Karakas' presence in Canlander is a benefit, not a downside. Karakas is, I believe, a great thing to have in our format for two reasons. One, if Karakas wasn't in our format or was pointed, Brimaz would still be unplayable. And a lot of these cards would still be unplayable. But if Karakas was pointed and you saw little to basically no play for Karakas in the format, the legends that still see play right now would be even better. So I don't know. Do you want a world where Tameo and Ragavan and a Johnny and like Zergo, Bellstriker, like, do you want a world where all these are better? ETB is king. I mean, Canadian Highlander is a format about efficiency and speed and power and resiliency, and Karakas helps that quite a bit. Yeah, removing Karakas will not make your Kodas playable, but it makes playing against cards like Sheoldred or Minsk and Boo insufferable. I'll keep talking about these cards. Narrative, Crackling Vanguard, 2 and a Mardu for a 4/4 legendary spirit dragon with flying and death touch, and when Narrative enters, you make 2 goblin tokens. Whenever Narrative attacks, you exile a number of cards from the top of your library equal to the number of differently named tokens you control. During any turn you attack with a command... Shiko and Narset unified. 1 blue, red, and a white for a 4/4 legendary human spirit dragon with flying and vigilance. And Flurry, when you cast your second spell each turn, copy that spell if it targets a permanent or player, and you may choose new targets for the copy. If you didn't copy a spell this way, draw a card. If this weren't a 4-mana card, this card would be kind of nuts. Like, this card might even be reasonable to play in Highlander. Like, it's not going to be optimal, but there is a world where you are a Jeskai deck playing this card. Like, 4-mana 4/4 flying vigilance, that pushes a bunch of damage, challenges planeswalkers in the board pretty well, blocks pretty easily, and like, yeah, playing a cantrip to set up into your removal spell is pretty straightforward, right? Or if you just happen to go like, here's my first card. Oh no, my second card is an Ocelot Pride. I guess I'll draw a card. Like, that's totally reasonable. I am still more on the side of poo-poo than yes, but this card's not embarrassing. Also, WKU fan 89 for the 17th month. Love your big butt stacks on memes and moxons. It's actually funny you mentioned that, WKU fan, because I like big butts and I cannot lie. Every millennial in chat is just like, yeah, thank you so much for all the support. Oh, glad I figured to see him. Taval the Balanced Scale. Oh, there we go. 4 mana, 1 and then a Sultai for a 4/4 flying spirit dragon. Whenever it attacks, you mill 3 cards, and you can return a land card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, create a 2/2 black zombie druid creature token. Is EK in chat still? Okay. This card's great. No, but genuinely, I actually don't hate this card in Canlander. There's a bit more, like, 4-drops get a bit more of a push, even if they're legendary, if they're green, because you're likely playing Mana Acceleration, so getting this card out ahead of schedule, or Neoforming into this card, or Eldritch Evolutioning, like, that is more real than not. This is a card that cares about lands, which means that you are likely going to be on Wasteland and Strip. in your deck, and potentially some additional land destruction or ways of like getting rid of your opponent's Caracas. So Caracas, even though this is only an attack trigger, Caracas is less of an issue. This is a card that this ability, whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, it's not once per turn. So you can play a land from your graveyard, make a 2/2. Attack, trigger, make a 2/2. You can flash back a card, make a 2/2. You can exile cards to cast a delve spell, make a 2/2. The second ability is quite strong. And so, despite this being a 4-mana 4/4 legend without an ETB, it does have a powerful secondary ability that synergizes with the rest of your deck and also cards outside of the land strategy. It also just synergizes well with the kind of things your opponents are going to be doing to your deck to stop you. Meaning that your opponent tries to muck your graveyard, let me get a 2/2. Not to mention, if their way of mucking your graveyard is with like Scavenging Ooze or Keen-Eyed Cultivator or Keen-Eyed Curator or whatever it's called, or Deathrite, every exile gets you a 2/2 because they're all individual instances of getting a 2/2. So yeah, this card's real. I scrolled up accidentally. I'm not reading that card. Although, well, maybe, okay, so maybe I'll build a Dragons deck as a meme. Oreni of the Unwritten, 4 green, blue, and a red for a 7/7 legendary spirit dragon with flying trample. When Oreni enters or attacks, look at the top 8 cards of your library. You can put a dragon card from among them into play. The rest will go on the bottom of your deck in a random order. Thank you for making a legendary rug dragon that isn't Miriam. Finally, players can try to do something else. It's a shame that they had to get really boring with it, and we're just like, what if we did a Gisaf? But I don't know. I could meme with this in Canlander in like a rug dragons deck. Yeah, why not? It's not good. The rug dragons deck is not good. This card's kind of cracked. But anyways, moving on. Zergo Stormrender. Finally, some good fucking food. Mardu for a 3/3 legendary orc warrior with mobilize 1. And whenever a creature token you control leaves the battlefield, draw a card if it was attacking. Otherwise, each opponent loses 1 life. So yeah, 3-minute 3/3 attacks with an additional body. And when that body leaves play, you draw a card. If it dies in combat. If it doesn't, then they're just losing an additional point of damage. Not to mention, you could just play this and then have like a goblin bombardment. You could play this and just have your things die to other stuff. And that's fine. You'll get to draw cards or dome people out. That's pretty nice. Creatures like this that are, 3-mana legends without an ETB, do get mucked by Caracas, but less so when they are aggressive or go into aggressive decks, which this one does. Especially because you could play this, they go to Caracas and you're like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'll activate this Goblin Bombardment and deal 20 to you or whatever. I'm less into this in like an Aristocrats deck, but maybe it's okay. I'm mostly into this for Mardu tokens. Also, I saw Scruff say, I wish Mardu were playable. Mardu is at its best that it's ever been. Like, there's a top tier Mardu deck, like legitimately top 10 Canlander decks in the format right now, in the form of Mardu tokens. And like Mardu cube cards is kind of what I've seen it called, is also just like a strong contender because it's just Noel Robbins' Rakdos deck, except you cut the Blood Moons and you get to play Swords to Plowshares, Path to Exile, a Johnny and friends. And that deck is fucked. It's so good. And honestly, better. It's getting better. People just need to kind of like figure out the list, but it's getting better. Yeah, and it also, I know it's coming from you, so it's mostly a joke, but yeah, I like, I was hard on Mardu for a long time. I was hard on Naya as well. I'll continue to be hard on Naya. But Mardu has earned my respect. They reprinted the ultimatums as special guests. Very cool. Finally, the ultimatums are going to be easy to find and cheap, and they're on Arena. 3 things that weren't already the case. They do look pretty. I gotta say, like, these ultimatums do go hard. I did pick up all the ultimatums. I mean, Ikoria was beginning of the pandemic, so I did pick up all the ultimatums in German foil when Ikoria came out. But I am looking at some of these being like, oh, they look pretty good. They look pretty good. Also, any lore heads in chat? Any lore heads popping up? What are the genders of these dragons? I know that's just like, you can't just ask that. But I'm a little curious. You read the story? Yeah, that's about, that works. They're all I mean, I knew you would say that. Mixed? They vary? Sorry, I should have rephrased this. Can you tell me which of these dragons are women? Because I've got Ladies Cube on the mind. They are spirits. We can't ask that. I mean, I guess I literally could. I could just hit up the person behind the story on Blue Sky or whatever. You only gender 2 of them. Shiko and Ureni. And that's, yeah, I think Ureni is. I think I saw a flavor text where it said. Nope. Yeah, just Google women dragons. I mean, Shiko has Narset on the card. Anyways, let's talk about this. Whew. The noise I made when I first saw this card. Holy shit. Ugin, Eye of the Storms. 7 mana. 7 loyalty. Legendary Planeswalker. When you cast this spell, exile up to 1 target permanent that's 1 or more colors. When you cast a colorless spell, exile up to 1 target permanent that's 1 or more colors. +2, you gain 3 life and draw a card. 0, add 3 colorless mana. Notably, colorless mana, not generic mana. I mean, all generic mana is often represented as colorless mana, but you know, this is like mana you can use on your Kozilek's command. Or Kozilek's is it command? Yeah, Kozilek's command. And -11, search your library for any number of colorless non-land cards, exile them, then shuffle. Until end of turn, you may cast those cards without paying their mana costs. So, 7 mana and 7 colorless mana. Cast trigger, exiling a permanent. That's fucked. Exile a permanent on cast for only 7 mana. That's great. I play this card and then I cast some 0 mana artifacts. I cast Baubles, Chrome Mox, Mox Diamond, 0 mana colorless cards. I exile some permanents. Let's say I don't have anything in my hand that I want to cast that's 0 mana, but I've already exiled 1 thing. Well, then I'm going to play Ugin, exile your best card. I'm going to tick Ugin up to 9 fucking loyalty. I am going to gain some life, and I am going to draw a card. So now I have a 9 loyalty Planeswalker that has already exiled 1 of your things, has replaced itself, and has gained me some life. And maybe I drew into my 0 and I get to kill something. Let's say you got a really pesky card. I pay 7 mana. I exile your best card. I now have a 7 loyalty Planeswalker. I pay 0, I activated 0 ability, add 3 colorless mana, and then I cast any artifact, a talisman, a Crucible World, Soul Ring, a Shadow Spear. I don't know why I'm playing all this. in this deck, but let's say I do that, and then I exile another card. So now I have played Ugin effectively as a 4-mana card and have exiled 2 your things. And then I get up to 11 and I win the game. This card is unbelievable. It is so good. Holy shit. I cannot wait to cast this off Tolarian Academy. Off of my Ancient Tombs, off of my Mana Vaults, untapping with my keys, Moxen, Soul Rings. I just want to cast this card. I do think that this card is at its best in decks with more colorless cards. That sounds goofy to say, but we have seen some of these other really large cards, Planeswalkers especially, show up in green decks that just like look to Gaia's Cradle mana dork their way into like a 7-drop very quickly. I don't think this is good for there, but also, fuck, I'm probably dying if somebody like casts this on turn 4 off their like Llanowar Elf Fanatic of Rhonas deck. Like, why is this so good? It is so good. Where'd my cat go? Have I seen the baby Ugin on the back of the Borderless version? They've previewed that. Okay, I can finally talk. I didn't, because I saw. Oh, they have it here. Yeah, I've seen this. I hate it. Feels like a Modern Horizons card. I would wager that it likely was. And then it just got moved to this. I hate it. Yes, it was to seriously answer your question, over the debut video, Baitor uses they, them. Shiko uses she, her. Nerev uses he, him. Teval, they just say Teval. And Ureni uses they, them. Got it. Cool Ugin. Cool Ugin. Colorless cards are all pretty bad. There's this Mox. This Mox is terrible. And it's going to be like $50,000. Oh, Soul Rings in Commander. Maelstrom of the Spirit Dragon. It's a land. Taps out a colorless. Taps add 1 mana of any color to spend on only dragons and omen spells. And you can pay 4 generic, tap, sack this land, search your library for a dragon card, reveal it, and put it in your hand, then shuffle your library afterward. Yeah, we've seen a bunch of omen spells. This last ability is really strong and is worth noting if we ever get a 2-card dragon combo. That's it. Oh, sorry. When you say, have we seen an omen spell before? Do you mean previous to this set? Or have we only seen this card and not seen the omens? Because we have seen the omens. Yeah, if this Inventor's Fairs for like your, A+B, sure, that's relevant. For World Gorger. Unfortunately, World Gorger you want in a different zone. It's not that, difficult to do, but here are some basic lands with dragon eyes. These are fine. They're Ron Spencer, which is kind of cool. They're very 90s. Yeah, I'm just going to keep using my my lands. You know what? You mind if I spit a hot take? Not to be too much of a boomer. Every set comes out with new, like, full art lands, right? And every time we get new full art lands, people freak out about them. They go like, oh my god, they look so cool. This is the prettiest full art land. Oh my god. Every single time. Personally, the full art aspect of them has been kind of ruined. Not like, it's not bad. It's just, they're not special anymore, right? They just do it so often. But also, people skip over the actual basic lands in this set, and they're fucking great. Look at this. There's a new John Avon Plains. Why are people not freaking about? Why are people not freaking out about a new John Avon Plains that is also just a callback to one of his most iconic arts of all time? This shit's cool. To hell with these dragon eyes. This is a fucking John Avon Plains in 2025. Call back to Invasion Plains. Like, there's, where is it? There's a Jesper Forest. A very gorgeous Jesper Forest over here. You've got, I really like this Ralph Horsley Mountain. This Ralph Horsley Mountain is so dope. Because this captures a mountainous landscape that could be kind of anywhere, but you've got a dragon in the art. And then you're like, oh shit. You know? This captures something that Magic the Gathering doesn't do enough of nowadays, which is, we're at this world. Here's this world. Can you spot what makes this world? Other than, like, you get this idea that is kind of fantastical. You're like, wow, this is really pretty. You got a waterfall. You got the blue sky. What the fuck is this? What is this? That's dope. This one too. At first glance, you're like, damn, that's a cool swamp. The colors on this swamp are gorgeous. The flowers, I can feel how marshy it is. And look, there's even a panther in the, oh, that's a dragon. There's a dragon lying in a tree. A dragon is doing a thing that you would associate with a cat. Right? Dope. That's dope. But no. Like, look at this fucking island. Look at that island. This island's gorgeous. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. It's so blue. You can look at this island and just feel your sinuses, like, declogging. You can feel the, like, sea air, just the, right? Just filling your lungs. So good. So good. But no, look, Aragorn. Oh, I love my childhood. I wish I didn't pay rent. Dr. Petrichor for the 45th month. All you geeking out with Wheeler about the John Avon Plains. How's your back? I don't know. I think that I don't. First off, it's great actually. Just came back from the physio. And yeah, I got A pluses on my report card basically. Secondly, I don't know. I don't think it's too boomer coded to want to appreciate the beauty of the game as opposed to the like, hey Lois, remember, hey everybody, remember this? Remember this? Hey, remember these books that looked like this? Wow, isn't this cool? I don't know. I'm kind of sick of nostalgia and like crossover stuff. And my biggest controversial take about Tarkir is that I am not a Tarkir fan. I kind of like Tarkir, but it just doesn't do it for me. Right? Like I'm not like a Tarkir, like diehard. I think Tarkir as a plane has some issues that I'm not a huge fan of. I think it gets a little clunky on some of the wedges. What does do it for me? I fucking love Kamigawa. I love Mirrodin. I like Ikoria. Like I like this. I like Scenes. I love Bloomborough. There's so many things in Magic the Gathering that do it for me. I literally have a show that is called Benny Wheels. Well, it's not called Benny Wheels Loves Magic. I'm the Wheeler of the Shivam and Wheeler Love Magic. Thoughts on Alara? Alara is great. Alara was great. Shivam Erasure. Fuck. I even like there are parts of Duskmourn that I really enjoy. And then the other half, I think, is some of the worst thing to happen to Magic the Gathering in the past, like, 5 years to 10 years. You hate Bloomborough? All right. Are you being contrarian? You being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian? What are we doing here? Hate Bloomborough? Hate is a strong word. I don't really care for Bloomborough. Yeah, I can understand Bloomborough not being your jam. And I'm seeing a couple people that are classic contrarians in chat mentioning the stuff. But also, yeah, I dislike all the animal stuff. It's weird to me. Great. Great. That's fine. That's fine. No. Don't worry about it. That's fine. That's what I want to hear. That is a great example of like, I'm not a fan of this thing. Here's why I'm not a fan of this thing. And then we continue to live our lives. No. They're not wrong. That's a totally reasonable thing to say, right? Like if they got the ick, they can have the ick. The ick is normal. I think it's weirder to be someone that is just like, I love everything that gets done in this game. Like that's like a 4,000 follower trying to be an influencer mentality. Like that's that kind of like, really? Really? Do ya? Do ya? You really like everything? Gets a little weird. They printed fetch lands. I think they look okay. I think my favorite one is Arid Mesa or Scalding Tarn. Wait. Why are there 2 Misty Rainforests? Why are there 2 Arid Mesas? Wait, there's 2 of everything. Holy shit. How did I not look at this? Yeah, they're just the Zendikar ones. Oh, they have different treatment. Oh, well, some of us weren't so lucky when they opened their Tarkir product. Okay. Okay. All right. I think I'm calling it there. For the set review part. Then I'm going to check to see if Magic Online still works. Okay. Okay. Magic Online working again? So let me get a drink. I've been screaming and hooting and hollering. Had to check to see if my dong was out. I've come back with a molasses and salt cookie and a pineapple carbonated water. Oh no, this is the can that I dropped on the ground. That's not good. Oh. Oh, my draft started. Great. What are we doing? Mind event. I've been live for 2 hours and 45 minutes. What do we want to do today? Oh. Hold on, that window might still have pornography on it. I'll do a Pokedoku. Ghoul type. Ghoul type? Sine to Nerdle. Do I have any good places to find opponents for Gladiator? I would check the Gladiator Discord with over 8,000 people. Stuff is working, but if I was in the middle of stuff, I'm stuck. Mega Sableye. Sableye. Sableye Mega. Oh, hell yeah. Dual type Dragon. Alola Dragon, Drampa. Dual type Dragon. Frigid Arctibax. Oh, yeah. Dragonite Fairy Dragon. Dual type Fighting. Alola Fighting. Crabominable. What is that? Oh, I got a shiny. Dual type Fighting. Metatite. Wow, I'm like popping off. Fire Dragon. Isn't it literally Tortonator? Like that's, or Turtonator? Pretty sure it's just you. Is there another one? Oh, there's like a Mega Charizard that is. A Fire Ghost. Lampent. Alola Ghost. Uh-oh. Oh, Decidueye is... Wait, we might be able to get a better one. Firefighting? Firefighting. I mean, I don't think Pignite isn't a fighting type. We're just going with Emboar. Alola Ghost. Alola Ghost. Is there an Ultra Beast that's a ghost? No, right? Oh, wait. There's an Oricorio that is a ghost, right? This is a ghost? I did it! What the hell is a gouging fire? Why does this look like Entei? Oh, is this Walking Wake? They made an Entei. Oh, of course they did, because there's a Raging Bolt. What is a Necrozma What? That's a Lunola, not Lacrozma Dawn. The Necrozma is the weird psychic guy, right? Is this full disclosure? I never play Pokemon DLC, so I don't know some of these. I don't know any of these. All right, what do we want to do? What do we want to do, chat? I didn't play Sun and Moon 2. Yeah, I didn't. I didn't play Black and White 2. I didn't play Sun and Moon 2. I didn't play the Look at a New Rat. Oh, we have a new rat? Why did somebody tag me on Share Your Bling? Oh, Chaos Draft. Oh, and AVR, I see. I love AVR. Hey, how come they made a dragon set? When are they going to make another angel set? Because I got to tell you, I'm looking through all these dragons, the Tarkir Dragonstorm stuff, and I'm like, I'm not a big dragon guy. I got to admit. Not a big dragon guy. They don't do it for me. Wait. Is this this is Mardu rat? It's wearing like a Mardu gear, right? The That's good. That's good. T-C-G. Oh dear. We could play Oh dear. No, we couldn't. I don't know. I can't believe Magic Online's not working. And I'm not going to open up Arena. The original Angel set was Avacyn Restored. Yeah, I've started playing Portal 2. Angel and I are playing Portal 2 co-op. It's a lot of fun. Other streamers. It's because I'm stuck in an event. And I can't get out. Unless I can, like, leave the league or something. Can I drop from this and just get back in? It won't let me... Wait, did it let me drop? You are unable to leave the league. Fuck. Vintage Cube Elimination Draft. Alright, put me in. Maybe this will work. Worst case Ontario, we just lose 100 bits. Or whatever it's called. Play points. AVR and Streets of New Capenna both have 13 angels. How many dragons are in Dragonstorm already? Dragon. Tarkir Dragonstorm. How to collect it? Card image gallery. I'm going to count all the dragons that have been printed so far. One, two. I guess I'll count cards that count dragons, right? Like if they mention or make dragons. Because there's 5 from this enchantment cycle, maybe? There's like this one, and there's a black one, and a blue one, and a green one? Maybe they're just Sultai. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And I'm not including Commander product. 16, 17, 18. There are 18 dragon cards in Dragonstorm Tarkir so far. Yes, I'm Team Baneslayer Angel. Always have been. All right, we have 6 people in here. Please don't dox me. By dox me, I mean please don't cheat. All right, we need 3 more people. What card am I most excited for Tarkir so far? Oh, I have to open up the thing again. I gotta open up the Tarkir Dragonstorm thing again. I mean, probably Elspeth. Elspeth's kind of cool. I'm excited about playing like a 5-drop. The Sidisi's kind of cool. I mean, for the competitive reason, like, in a competitive sense, I am most excited for the Rakshas's bargain. Am I excited for dreading Ugin? Oh, I'm going to be one of the good guys. I'm going to be one of the guys casting Ugin. Yeah, the new stock up. I'm not excited about how much money that Elspeth is going to be. I've got to imagine that Elspeth is going to be like $80. Ugin's only pre-selling for $30. How much is this Elspeth? Currently out of stock. Pre-sale begins April, or no. Are these all out of stock? I think if you can buy that Elspeth for less than like $40, you should. Like, that Elspeth is so good. I get that in Commander, you can attack the Elspeth to get it off the board, but like, you're making a bunch of tokens that can block. You'll be fine. People have no faith in Tron. What? Isn't this card just cracked? Why is Tigum $15? I mean, this is preview season. None of this matters. Get me into a draft. Get me into a draft. Please. Please. Oh yeah, there's a new. There we go. There's a new Crack-a-Pack with me and Rachel Weeks that came out, and it's great. You should watch it. It's great. I'm in the draft. All right, Pywo, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Close this damn channel. Okay, there's a broadside bombardiers. I'm going to take the broadside bombardiers. Best card in the pack by a mile. A lot of lands. Yeah, going to take this magic card. This card's pretty good. You have stream paused? Wait a minute, you can hear me. Bomba beers. The broadside bombardiers. Sorry, I'm replying to a very old school Canlander player, which is dope. This pack's kind of weird. I think I want to take Wasteland. There's also Questing Beast, but I could take Wasteland. Wasteland goes well with Bombardiers. Keeps me in the same kind of color. Ooh, there's Othari and Pest Infestation. There's a card. There's a Stomping Ground coming around. I really like Pest Infestation. Also works well with Bombardiers. I'll take Pest Infestation. Could take Carnage Interpreter. Carnage Interpreter also works well with Broadside Bombardiers. Could take Jetmir's Guard and try to wheel this Kavu. I'll take the Carnage. I'll take double D's over here. Okay. There's a Generous Ent. The Mystical Tutor. This pack sucks. What the hell? Mystical Tutor doesn't really go well with this. I just want to take Generous Ent as fixing. March of Otherworldly Light. Yeah, I'm going to take the Gent. Oh, yeah. That's a late Thalia. It's very late Thalia. I'll take Thalia. Thalia goes really well with Broadside Bombardiers and Wasteland. Not neurotic enough to be double D. Not an Ed and Eddie reference. They canceled that show years ago. I don't know why you're all upset. What's my dream pack one pick one? Soul Ring. Okay. Uvenwald Oddity pairs really well into this. I think I'm taking the Oddity here. Oh. Oh, am I jacking off today? Yeah, I'll jack off. I could jack off in this one. Jacking and jack off, of course, being jacking and popping off. I'll take an underground mortuary. Whoa, huh? What do you mean? I got the Orcish Lumberjack. I'm gonna be jacking it into one of these 4 drops and 5 drops. Get your mind out of the gutter. Ooh, I could take you and then try to go into domain too. This is looking a little less exciting. Take the ghost vacuum. I'd like to be in colors 3. I could do an Ashoba Brawler deck today. It makes it really hard to to check it. That's a really late mystical tutor. I'll take that card. We may get like a time walk or whatever. Ooh. Just straight oathing it. And by it, of course, I mean my World Spine Worm. It is kind of funny on the new Crack-A-Pack to see so many comments that are like, damn, these two must have been high on marijuana cigarettes. Where it's just like, no, I mean, we're just really tired and, I don't know, trained professionals. Take the Smog Sapphire. Why'd I put it in my sideboard? Yoink. The red's looking a little slim. I feel like that's always the reaction of just like, if you get slightly goofy or like a little bit out there, you have 20 people that have never smoked weed in their life being like, yeah, I think they got a little high on their own supply. And it's just like, what? No, we're just having fun. Ooh. Urza's Saga. I think I like Saga. Works well with this. Also, this was this last pick? This might be open. We just have some not great things. Maybe I should have taken... Ophelia was in the Mox pack. Deeply unfunny people not understanding when people get a little silly. Yeah, I mean, just like, you know. It's just like... Time warp. It's the classic, like, whoa, how'd you come up with that? You must have been drunk or high. It's like, I don't know. Sometimes I'm funny when I'm drunk and high. I also try to be funny when I'm not drunk and high. I'll take a Noble Hierarch. Oh, there's an Underworld Breach. This deck kind of stinks. I still like the direction I'm going. I think Galvanic Discharge is not that bad. Take a Discharge because it's a cheap removal spell. Ooh. Take Path to Exile. Take Temple Garden. Path is pretty good. I'll take Path to Exile. Are you professional comedians funny? Yeah, I don't know. Damn, these professional comedians that have been working 14-hour days for the entire weekend sure are loopy. It's like, yeah. It's a Sunday. Eternal Witness. I think I'm taking Lush Portico. Yeah, I'm playing reasonable cards. Oh. I do need to get some more red sources, though. Or I could just be green-red splashing white for, like, path and maybe swords. Okay. Typal Flames. I could play 6. We could take the Tribal Flames and just, like, go ham on domain stuff. But then that would require... I mean, I kind of just want to take it. Do a domain sub-theme. What is she doing? I guess it's absorbed all the heat. Take a Fanatic of Ronas. Mulder is being very cute and silly. Mulder's being very cute and silly. Ahoy, Yak Shack. How you doing? Yoink. She seeks the warm. Bearer of the curse. I could play some black cards. I don't think cut down's the black card I want to play, though. Gambling's back on the menu? Kinda. This is a single elimination draft. And I don't think my deck's that good. But desperate times call for desperate measures. I mean, if we get a time walk, we can make this deck really hum. Persevera's not that bad. Our last pick card. Demonic Tutor. Demonic Tutor is kind of fun. We do have a lot of black mana. We could also take Ursine Monstrosity or Screaming Nemesis or Sacred Foundry. I think I'm actually just taking Sacred Foundry. As sad as this sounds, I think I could take this card and then wheel one of the, like, this, maybe this. Like, I think I just need the lands. Oh, I got past one of these. That's pretty good. Yeah, same kind of story. Oh, I'll play this magic card. Can I cast this? I can cast this. Yeah, I can cast this. Sure I can. We did pass the old Bill himself. But, you know. Ooh, a natural order? And I think I actually just want Luminar Casper. Works well with Nadu, too. No other lands here. No fetch lands are a bit tough. Holy shit. I was closing extra tabs on my computer, and I was about to close a tab for YouTube. Not playing a video, but YouTube was recommending me a video that has 5 million views from one of those channels that effectively just reads a Wikipedia article. I'll take a Sparse Headquarters. I think I need to take it over Mum. Lets me play Nadu. It turns on these two cards. Yeah. About what's his name? Chris McCandless, the guy from Into the Wild, that gets like romanticized by all the worst people. Oh, there's Gaia's Cradle. There's Ephemerates to go with S, but I'm going to take Leyline Binding. And the title of the video is The Man Who Stepped Off the Earth. I would title this as the guy who had no training or respect for the surroundings of the wilderness that died while eating potato seeds 20 minutes away from a road. Yeah, my YouTube's be doing that too. It just constantly recommends me videos with like 200 views from like channels that have nothing to do with it. Like, I'm not against, you know, channels that just, you know, have no views or whatever. You can find some cool stuff, but some of them are like, hey dude, you'll want to watch this like video that has 200 views with somebody putting together Lego while like chewing gum on camera. I'm like, no, I'm good. I do not want that. It's not even in line. This guy that everybody said, hey, don't go out there. Hey, don't do that. Hey, you shouldn't do that. Decided to go out and do that, and he fucking died. Surprising, huh? I'm going to take the Solitude. The guy that wasn't prepared at all? I could take Challenger over the Hex Drinker. Challenger's kind of exciting. I've got some oomph. Hex Drinker's probably pretty good on the mana, though. Oh, I burped into the microphone. Excuse me. I don't think I'm jacking it. Might not Ghost Vacuum. Any good domain deck? Why was I saying domain? Domain. I haven't seen the Scion. I don't think I saw Scion in the last couple of packs either. Oh, Screamer. I could scream at somebody. Mine has been like, oh, you're trans. Here's deeply conservative channels that think you didn't have a right to exist. That's very cool. That, Jesus fucking Christ. I think I want the Sentinel. Sentinel's good with Nadu too. What the fuck? Is the algorithm that stupid? Because, like, I got to imagine if you're following, like, if it's like, oh, you're following trans creators or queer creators, let's look at the other videos that mention this, that are not within the camp of stuff you follow. And then it's going to go to, like, hate mongers that are just like, trans people are taking over the world. And then it just recommends that to you. Chainsaw's a good pickup. Wild. Yeah, that's wild. That's fucked. Unbelievably fucked. Oh, that's a good pickup too. I can't feel anything on my skin. I'm not going to fall in Shinobi, but I might have Fem. Sure. I was in all the colors. Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about. I was in all of the colors. All right, let's multi-queue. Okay, now we just wait. What is Rathy wearing? Well, right now, Rathy's wearing a racing gear, like a racing outfit. Got an Akira jacket plus a like a speed racer helmet. But what if we updated our rat? Thank you to Silent Soul. We are in Tarkir season. Oh, wait, right. Now it's a Tarkir rat. What's another good what's another good like quiz thing I could do? What's the food one I've seen people playing? To like guess where a dish is from? Food guesser? I've seen people play that one. Because we gotta wait for deck construction to be done. Oh. I don't even know how this works. Okay. Ingredients: pork shoulder, salt, pepper, marjoram, caraway seeds, onion, garlic, beer optional, broth optional, rye bread optional. This dish is traditional roasted pork shoulder, characterized by its crispy crackling and tender juicy meat. It is typically seasoned with a blend of spices, often including caraway seeds, and is slow cooked to enhance its flavor. The shoulder bone, resembling a small shovel, gives this dish its unique presentation. Often accompanied by potato dumplings and sauerkraut, it offers a hearty, satisfying meal. Feels kind of like Nordic. This looks delicious. I would love to eat this. Like the beer, the sauerkraut, the potato dumplings. It's from Gaul. What about Switzerland? Does this mean I'm close? I don't know how this works. I got 3. This Switzerland borders 3. It borders Switzerland. Poland? Is it just Germany? It is just Germany. I thought Germany would be too straightforward, so I didn't go with Germany. Schaufeln. How am I doing, Germans? They should have a pronunciation button. Bad? You don't speak German. Schäufele. Schäufele? Next round. Pie, peas. Oh, there's. Wait. What's that a map of? Pie, peas, onion, flour, butter, lard, salt, pepper, gravy, and mint sauce. To make this dish, bake a savory meat pie until golden. This has got to be British, right? It's just pie and peas. What the fuck? What the fuck? I didn't even... Pie and peas is a traditional British dish, particularly popular in Northern England. The dish comprises a meat pie, typically filled with minced beef or steak, served with green peas. It has roots in working class communities and is commonly associated with regional cuisine in Yorkshire, Lancashire, and surrounding areas. Okay, so you know what? I would eat this shit, right? This is the thing with British food. Is that, like, yeah, it looks like baby food all the time. And it, like, it's kind of embarrassing. But not, like, the combination of flavors sounds appealing. It probably tastes delicious. You just got to work on what it looks like. I mean, and not just like this. Like, this is just a pile of... This looks like somebody combined like wasabi and like a mint sauce. But this is just the terrible lighting. Like, I don't know. It's like, I would eat the hell out of this, but you gotta work on your presentation. Well, I'm gonna say Korea because I know what this is. Kimchi spam, hot dogs, ground beef, tofu, instant noodles, rice cakes, gochujang, gochugaru, garlic, onion, green onion, mushroom, baked beans, cheese, zucchini, carrot, cabbage, water, soy sauce, sesame oil, sesame seeds, fish cakes, enoki mushrooms, salt, pepper, potatoes, corn, optional. Tiok, optional. Tofu skin, optional. This dish involves boiling a flavorful broth with ingredients like kimchi, spam, sausages, tofu, and various vegetables. Add ramen noodles and top with sliced cheese. Simmer until everything is cooked through and the flavors meld together. This is Korea. This is the like Korean War GIs, like, yeah, Bude jjigae? Bude jjigae? Bude jjigae. Army stew. Yeah. The match has started. I keep this hand, right? Keep. We can find a temple garden. Yeah, I did the Tarkir stuff at the end, or middle. This has been an unhinged stream. Technically working. This VOD is fucked. Like, I don't know. I'm probably going to post 2 separate VODs for this. I'm going to post the full VOD of everything, and then I'm going to post the, like, here is the set review segmented from the other stuff that we talked about. Yeah. Probably going to do both. Nice. Would love a Mox. We are 15 land, double Mox plus Generosent. Oh shit, I don't have a... Why did I think that I had a Temple Garden this draft? I thought I had a Temple Garden this draft. Oh well. Oh, it was the fucking Bant draft I got the Temple Garden. Okay, I lose. But I counter on the Luminarch Aspirant. You want to make this into an elk? You want to make this into an elk, huh? Do you want to make this into an elk, huh? I would love if you made that into an elk. And then I make an even larger elk. 3 mana. Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Whoa. I can get Oko to 1. I can play this Rampaging Raptor. Trade with those. That seems not good. I think I'm going to Detectives. I'm going to Nadu with Detectives Phoenix. Or no, I should Nadu Luminarch Aspirant, Detectives Phoenix. Play a Nadu. Exiling this Generous Ent. Nadu's going to trigger. Draws a Bombardiers. Go to combat. Put a counter on this. Nadu triggers. We get a Forest into play. Attack Oko. Okay. How do I feel about the border treatments in Tarkir, by the way? Great question. Let's find out. I think this like heavy black one looks okay-ish. But it kind of looks bad. I imagine it looks better in foil. I haven't seen a foil version of it. In non-foil, it looks pretty bad. Looks really flat. This border I haven't seen in person. Maybe it looks good. This like Omen or this version, like the dragon border, not a big fan of. Yeah, great. Some of the stuff I haven't seen, and some of it is only foil or is likely going to look better in foil, or hopefully does. Ooh. Haha, my typo flames. Oh, they're also... Wait, what? They're also in, like, an Omnath style deck? Oh, you know what I didn't do? I forgot that we were drafting and playing in pod. Like, I know that we're doing that, but, like, I didn't keep in mind as to what I passed and who was sitting where. I know where they're sitting because they're my round one opponent, but I haven't had to do that for a while. Leagues kind of stop you from doing that. Pretty good draw. I think I want to start with the chainsaw. I'm going to play a Broadside Bombardiers. It's really bad if they have a removal spell exactly here. What are you doing? I can't get Imagine Dragons out of my head. What's that song? It's Radioactive, right? I can't get that out of my head because somebody made a meme of the noise I made when we were playing Elden Ring. Oh. I'm waking up. I'm waking up. I'm waking up and I'm waking up. 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 Do I need to? I already have past infestation. I think I'm fine. I'm waking up. I'm waking up. I'm waking up. I'm waking up. I'm waking. Welcome, waking up now. I'm waking up now. I am gonna wake up now. I'm a walking wake. Whoa, whoa, oh. Whoa, whoa, oh. I'm getting out of bed. Getting out of bed. Whoa. I'm waking up. Waking up. Ooh. No. Wake me up. Wake me up inside. Save me. Yes. I don't need this. Welcome to the new wake up. To the new wake up. Grandma should put on a little makeup. Whoa, uh-oh. Moxa Pearl. Next turn, I'm probably going to Jetmir's Garden, level this up to 4, and then play an Uvenwald Oddity. I feel like I'm going to have to ban the word librarian, but it's going to make it really awkward if we... Wait a minute, I know. I was going to say, I think I'm going to have to ban the word librarian, but it gets really awkward if I'm trying to reference, like, the librarian's year, you know, a pretty popular meme on this channel. And then I realized I don't need to do that. I could just ban Chunk. And it's just so much easier. Yeah, just ban me. It's so much easier. Book person, that's ban evasion. God, and here I was waking up. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? I don't really care about this card, but like instant speed Sunfall is something I'm a little curious about. Also, why are you in domain? Like, what is your payoff? I don't think I saw the Scion of Draco. You didn't get the Tribal Fames. You didn't get the Leyline. You didn't get the Neshoba Brawler. You have an Omnath. Are you just like 4 color that ended up getting good mana and went into 5 color? That could be it. Pest Infestation has arrived. Into Fable the Mirror Breaker? Oh, Vindicate my thing. Just make some little guys. There are 6 cards with the L word. What, librarian? Oliphant. Ooh. Now I can't get the fucking meme version of this stupid song out of my head. I can't stop waking up. Save me. Call my name and dream me for your... Attack me and then Sunfall. Actually, no, that would be bad. Don't do that. Well, it's bad if they have a land. Can't get you out of my head? Well, that's... okay. That can get everything out of my head. Or we can think of Mariah Carey's Fantasy. La 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 la. I just can't get you out of my head. Boy, your loving is all I think about. I just can't get you out of my head. Boy, it's more than I dare to think about. La la la. I just can't feel the rain on my skin. Everything is just still unwritten. I just can't get the rain off my skin. Boy, the rest is all unwritten now. Oh no, oh no, they're getting a demonic tutor. Demonic tutor, attack, land, Sunfall. La, 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 Ba ba ba, dun, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Do we care about Sunfall with oddities in our deck? I mean, it's kind of annoying. I've had Dreams by the Cranberries stuck in my head the last week, but multiple songs have kicked it out within the last 10 minutes. The Granberries. I didn't want to say minor spelling mistake. But I will. But the Granberries is pretty good. Granberries is a good band name. In my den, knitting, 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 crochet. Anybody? Anybody? Not bad. And their tanks, and their bombs, and their guns. And if I cast this 4+1 on that, attack with everything, then you take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you go to 1. That's not enough. It's not enough because then they sunfall, but I feel like they must have demonic tutored for this prismatic ending. So I could just attack with these 3 and then put them to 4. Yeah, what if I do that? I could put this to level 4, and there would be another 4 to get this at the maximum. I think I'm just doing that. Do I have a in case of emergency break? Or sorry, do I have an in case of emergency break glass song when I need to get a song out of my head? My go-to is "Birdhouse in Your Soul" by They Might Be Giants. Yeah, I typically have "Fantasy" by Mariah Carey. Oh, when you walk by every night, talk as cheap and looking fine. I'm just gonna hex drink or you die. Oh, baby, I'm so into you, darling. If you go O2, 'cause it's just a sweet, sweet fantasy, baby. I'm in heaven with my boyfriend, my lovely boyfriend. Sweet fantasy. Ooh. I have finished my match. Sweet fantasy. Where'd that food guesser go? This game ruled. Are we adding it to our to our traditional stream start? What you gonna do when you get out of jail? I'm gonna do a remix. Me and Mariah go back like babies with pacifiers. Fun fact, that song helped popularize the trend of rap artists appearing on R&B and pop songs. All because Mariah Carey was like, hey, you better get the old dirty bastard on this. Oh, wait, no. Play regular. I won. I did a thing. Oh. Bun, sausage, jati makara, onion, pickle, mustard, ketchup, butter, and beer optional. The dish starts with a slice of thick sausage, normally jati makara, typically fried or grilled until golden brown. Place the sausage on a slice of bread or bun, then top with diced onions, pickles, and a generous dollop of mustard and ketchup. Optionally, enjoy with cheese toppings to taste. This feels Dutch or Finnish. I'm going to say Finland. How is he? Woo! Poralainen? Poralainen is a Finnish street food originating in the city of Pori. The dish closely resembles a hamburger. Hamburger? I say the word hamburger, Americans in chat. Yeah! Hamburger! Placed between 2 halves of a bread roll or white bread slices. Okay. Cool. Next round. Yay, Borgor. Shrimp or crayfish. Potatoes, corn, peas, rice, milk, eggs, white cheese, garlic, onions, oil, salt, pepper, cilantro, aji amarillo, fish broth, optional. Tomato, optional. Carrot, optional. Bell pepper, optional. Evaporated milk, optional. Parsley and oregano, optional. This dish is a hearty seafood soup featuring the shrimp as a starting ingredient. It combines a flavorful broth with tomatoes, potatoes, corn, and rice, all enriched with cream and cheese. A hint of spice and aromatics like garlics and onions enhance its depth, often garnished with fresh herbs and sometimes an egg poached within, offers comforting and satisfying culinary experience. This feels American, but it could also be like Caribbean. It's not the United States of America. This could be like Portuguese or okay. Southwest of Brazil? And it borders Brazil. Borders Brazil. Paraguay? Uruguay. Wait, Uruguay is like fuck. Peru? It's Peru. We got it in the end. Woo! I need to brush up on my geography. I haven't done the 50 states in a hot minute, but it feels like I've transcended that. I can get all 50 states in like 2 minutes, so whatever. Soup de camarón is a traditional Peruvian dish, particularly associated with the Arequipa region. The dish is a type of hearty soup that mainly features shrimp as a central ingredient. It is influenced by both indigenous Peruvian ingredients and techniques, as well as Spanish culinary traditions. Okay. This is Japanese. Buckwheat noodle, beef broth, radish, cucumber, pear, boiled egg, beef slices, sesame seeds. Oh, or could be a Korean. Mustard, vinegar, sugar, soy sauce, garlic, sesame oil, and then it says gochujang. Spicy mustard sauce. Cold buckwheat noodle. I mean, it's got to be, I feel like it's just Korea because there's gochujang. Cold noodle. Naengmyeon. Naengmyeon is a traditional Korean cold noodle dish. The name naengmyeon translates to cold noodles in English. The dish originates from the Korean peninsula and is particularly associated with the regions of Pyongyang and Hamhung, now in North Korea. Oh, I see. I see. Good presentation. I can see some stuff down there. Beef, ground peanuts. This is US. It literally says five Houston locations. I mean, it could be this could be outside of America. Beef, ground peanuts, paprika, cayenne pepper, garlic powder, onion powder, ginger powder, salt, veggie oil, Maggi seasoning optional, onions optional, tomato optional, cucumber optional. Peanuts. I don't know. Thai? Ice cold. United States. Also ice cold. Okay, but Thailand is ice cold. The peanuts and the beef make me think it's actually Africa. But Africa's massive. So where in Africa? Where are we going? Where are we going? Where in Africa? Nigeria? Yep. The peanuts gave it away. Suya. I mean, it could have been in any one of these places. And most of these would have been in my, Nigeria, Liberia, Ghana, Togo. Yeah. Suya is a popular West African dish, particularly in Nigeria, Niger, and Cameroon. It is a type of spicy meat skewer that is commonly sold by street vendors and at open-air markets. Primary ingredient is usually beef, although variations using goat, ram, or chicken exist. The meat is thinly sliced, coated with a dry rub known as yaji, which is a mixture of ground peanuts, salt, veggie oil, various spices, including ginger, paprika, and garlic powder. I'm literally watering at the mouth. I am literally watering at the mouth. I could fuck up some West African street meat right now. Like, yeah, I would. Woo! Oh, man. Okay. Rice, meat, usually lamb or chicken, ghee or butter, onion, garlic, ginger, cumin, coriander, fennel, cardamom, clove, cinnamon, bay leaf, nutmeg, raisin, almond, tomato, yogurt, salt, pepper, fried shallots, optional saffron, coconut milk, asparagus. Okay. So the ghee makes me think India or Pakistan. But some of these other ingredients push me to be more like Turkey? I mean, I'll go with the easy one. Ice cold. Okay, Turkey. Yep. Wait, not yet. Fuck. Ice cold? Oh. Nasi Kabuli. Could be North African. India. I want to go with Morocco. Ice cold. Oh shit. This fucking thing is pointing everywhere. I feel like it is like a Muslim like country. What if I go with Micronesia? Is that going to be too dope? Is this too based? Fuck. Okay, but we've got ourselves all the way over here. So we're now here. We're going to go with Indonesia. It is Indonesia. We got it at the end. I thought maybe, you know, I was like curveballed, right? Like maybe there's something there. But we got it. Nasi Kabuli. Nasi Kabuli is a traditional Indonesian rice dish with origins tied closely to Middle Eastern and Indian culinary influences. That makes sense. It is particularly popular among the Betawi people, an ethnic group native to Jakarta. Okay. Some goat meat. I had yak once. It was delicious. I like goat. I don't have goat a lot. I really miss living in Vancouver because you could just literally get anything and it was great. You can't really do that in Victoria. I'm going to keep doing this because this is fun. Lamb yogurt with eggs, wheat flour, and butter. That sounds tasty too. I'd fuck this up. Substituting soured milk. This dish originated in a Balkan country known for its beautiful landscapes and rich cultural heritage. You can say this about literally any country. Right? All right, this one goes for this one's for Jarko. Shoo, okay. It's not Serbia. I don't know my Balkan geography very well. Area. Like I don't know which direction. I mean, it's going to be an IA. It won't let me do that. Fuck. Slovenia? Fuck. Albania. Okay, it was Albanian. Tavikosi? Tavikosi. I don't know how to pronounce that. Tavikosi is a traditional Albanian dish consisting of baked lamb with yogurt and rice. Its origins date back to the Ottoman Empire, reflecting the region's cultural and culinary influences. Tavikosi holds cultural importance within Albanian society, often prepared for special occasions and family gatherings. It represents a blend of Eastern Mediterranean and Balkan flavors, showcasing the rich culinary heritage of Albania. Oh. Potatoes, onions, anchovies, heavy cream, breadcrumbs, butter, milk, salt, pepper, and dill optional, garlic optional. This dish traditionally features ingredients like potatoes, onions, and a specific type of small preserved fish. It is often enjoyed during festive occasions and has a strong cultural presence in its homeland, sometimes served at Christmas dinner. This dish is named after an opera singer who was popular in the early 20th century in the region it originates from. I mean, whenever I see fish thrown into something that doesn't need fish, I assume it's going to be Swedish. Yeah. Of course it is. They take a perfectly great dish and then they just threw in anchovies for some reason. And I like anchovies. Janssen's Temptation. Also, Red Empress. Sorry, I lost you there. For the 30th month. Yay. Thank you so much for the support. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Janssen's Temptation or Janssen's Fresto. Fuck, I'm not. Is a classic potato casserole dish from Sweden. Frestelsi? It primarily consists of julienne potatoes, onions, pickled sprats, heavy cream, and breadcrumbs. The dish is named after Pelle Jansson, a 19th century Swedish opera singer known for his culinary indulgence. This isn't, I mean, it's indulgent in the sense that this is probably not good for you. You got to do better. A pigeon for the 39th. Oh, fuck. The 36th month. Sup? How are you doing? Thank you for the 3 years. Hope you're doing well. Glad to have you in Mesa. Good to see you. What up? What up? Okay. Bulgur, minced meat, chickpeas, onions, tomato paste, red pepper paste, water, salt, black pepper, cumin, butter, lemon, parsley, garlic, ground sumac, mint, bay leaves, potatoes, carrots. This dish is a hearty soup featuring bulgur wheat dumplings and larger meat-filled balls created in a savory tomato-based broth. The meatballs and dumplings create a delightful textural contrast, and the addition of chickpeas enhance its rich, comforting flavor. Aromatic spices add depth, making this dish a warming and satisfying meal that's perfect for cooler days. Oh my god. Does the sumac put me in any kind of direction? Immediately starts racially profiling the like the reflection of the guy that took this picture. Well, it looks like shit, but it might taste good. So, United Kingdom. No, I don't know. Sumac? Turkey. Woo! The goat. The goat. The goat. Anali Kisli soup. Anali Kisli soup, known as mother-daughter soup, is a traditional dish from the southeastern region of Turkey, particularly associated with the provinces of Adana and Gaziantep. Gaziantep? Gaziantep. I don't know how they pronounce the Z. This dish is significant in Turkish culinary culture and reflects the region's agricultural practices and family traditions. We are also still waiting for this match to end. Just a heads up. Ooh. Rice, turmeric, oil, garlic, shallots, peanuts, sesame seeds, green chilies, lime juice, cilantro, chili powder, fish sauce. I would eat the fuck out of this right now. Oh my god. This dish is vibrant, is a vibrant and aromatic treat featuring turmeric-infused rice cooked with onions, garlic, and fragrant spices. Typically garnished with crispy fried onions, sometimes roasted peanuts, or boiled eggs. It offers a delightful harmony of flavors and textures. And then a bunch of... I think I saw somebody say this was AI generated, and yeah, I can see that. Oh. That's like a banana leaf? Well, there's another picture. Laos. Thailand. Borders Thailand. Could be Vietnamese, Cambodian. I'm getting farther away. Singapore. Myanmar. Ah, fuck. I was thinking about Myanmar earlier too. Should have known it. Should have known. See, or see. Comment. You know, it's wild. I know that Google has gotten worse, but I hate that I can't just like Google a word or a set of words here and have a pronunciation available for me. She Thaman? She Thaman? Because it's not a it's like a not a it's a like Thaman? She Thaman? Pronunciation. That doesn't help me. I think I got kind of close. I don't want to watch an Instagram video. How to pronounce Thaman? Thaman?
Thaman.
Thanks.
Thaman.
Thank you so much. Okay, we can finally start in like 2 minutes. Sauerkraut, fresh cabbage, pork shoulder, sausage, bacon, mushrooms, onion, garlic, caraway seeds, bay leaf, salt, pepper, marjoram, and red wine. Dish is made by sauteing bacon until crispy, then adding diced onion, carrot, garlic. After they have softened, sliced cabbage, sauerkraut, and a variety of meats such as pork shoulder, sausage, and beef. This feels a little Russian. This feels a little Mongolian. Fuck. Polish? Yep. Aggressively Polish. Holy shit, this is aggressively Polish. All right, that's the worst one that we did because we got we missed Myanmar. Wait, 2 misses? Oh, in this round, I see. That's so funny. 2 misses and just look at that. Just the size of it. My god. Hunter Stew. Oh, I know about Hunter Stew. It's the stew that makes you go blind. What's the Costco one?
The main.
I think it is. The main? The main? Yeah.
The main.
The main. The main. The main. Costco. I have to guess a Costco price. Oh, but these are American prices, right? Urban Accents Cowboy Chili Seasoning. $5.99. $7.99. $6.99. $6.39. And he's goated. And he's goated. We're playing. Please don't dox me. This hand's pretty good. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Nice forehead. Thank you. It's pretty good, honestly. I could do something different. How about this? Oh. They were so annoyed to get matched, they didn't look at their hand. This bodes well. I mean, it bodes reasonably well. What the fuck? Oh, Securitron Squadron. They're not a mod, but they are a member of the channel. What, you don't like my hand cam? I think this is a pretty good hand cam. Also, I think I'm not covering my board, right? Makes Matthew even more like jingling keys. 2 mana for a portable hole. That's okay by me. You have Pest Infestation in our deck. Put the counter on the Sentinel. You want a Subway Surfer over this? Is this not entertaining? How about I just make kissy voices? How about I just make kissy faces at you? Can you see me? Can you see me? How does Pio get the same thing? I mean, I don't actually think they're going to snipe. But you never know. But they do snipe the queue. Which is fine. People do that. Oh, great. Woo! All right. What am I doing? Am I bringing in any of these? Send it back. Deck's perfect. Stream's perfect. Let's finish this and get back to Costco. Annoyed about getting paired this round. Fully forgot to mulligan. My greatest condolences. I'll keep this hand. Ocelot Pride. Uh-oh. Well, I lose. Mox. No, this is game 2. Flame Slash. Paying to kill the thing. Luminarch Aspirant. Oh, concede and go into game 3. I see. After the Ocelot Pride. I have removal. I haven't drawn them. Also, this Rampaging Raptor is incredibly ambitious. Durian. Okay. I think I'm going to put it on the Aspirant. I could put it on the Hex Drinker, which if they get if they have a removal spell, they can only get rid of one of them. But this way, we can at least block the Enduring Innocence. I don't know how much that's going to matter. Yeah? Are you meowing at me? Oh, Headliner Scarlet. Okay, none of it matters. I would like to get a Mox draw one of these games. Pest Infestation. A little late. Nice. Here's a Leyline Binding. Binding the Scarlet. Five mana. Fourth Erlingus. That's a little annoying. Yeah, I hear you, Mulder. I mean, what if I block like this? We're not out of this game. We can win this game still. It's not going to be easy, but we can do it. Get the monarchy back. Like, we kill this Enduring Innocence. We make some pass tokens. Draw a card from the monarchy. Just gotta survive this attack. Hope they don't blow up the Leyline Binding. That's so much mana. Six mana. You just tabbed back and you're so scared. There's nothing to be scared of, my child. Overlord. Overlord's pretty good. The second copy of 4th Aerolingus. But they didn't gain life this turn. Ooh. Get a Shadow Spear. Play a Wasteland. Put Shadow Spear on the Nadu. Play a Noble Hierarch. And I'm going to go to combat. Put another counter on this Nadu. Get a Zagoth Triome. Push in the air for 7 lifelink. 3. Just going to load this bad boy up. Draw for Monarch. I am going to pass back the Monarch, which is a little bit of a pisser. Oh, Guide of Souls is a pretty good Magic card. Elegant Parlor. Lauren's going to kill me. Because they get back this, they blow up the Leyline Binding. And then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, unfort. I think I could have won that game. Do I want to change what I have? Maybe I should bring in this. I don't know. I feel like our deck is actually fine. Maybe I cut this and add this. I think that's actually correct. Yeah, Oath of Druids. This hand. Can't see it, but it's very slow. This hand's less slow. Keep this. Play this. Pass. I got a Sacred Foundry. How could I lose? Ocelot Pride's pretty good way to lose. It's a little frustrating because they showed that they had whatchamacallit, Flame Slash and stuff. So I just want to get that off the board, not worry about it. Guide of Souls. Oh, if they kept a 1-lander with this, okay. Play an Esper Sentinel, play a Sentinel of the Nameless City. All right, just brick. Okay, we take those. Oh, the Gent? Fanatic of Ronus. Yeah, I want to put that into the graveyard. I'm gonna cycle this. Get a Bayou. Play a Bayou. And cast a Bestowed Detectives Phoenix. And the Sentinel. Attack. Make a map. Hit them for a bunch. I guess I'm going to do this on the Esper Sentinel. Sure. Maybe I should have done it on the other Sentinel. I guess I do have double Sentinel. That's kind of funny. They played a basic Plains. Just got to hope that they can't deal with this Sentinel yet. Skull Clamp. Got to pay the mana. Okay. I'm going to go to combat. I'm going to fly over and hit you with my Sentinel of the Nameless City. I'm going to target this because now I just want to push damage. Yeah, put in a Shopa Brawler into the graveyard. Get a Fanatic Coronis out of the yard, and then I'm going to play Jetmir's Garden. 3. Touch the Spirit Realm. We get to draw a card at least. Ooh. I get my Sentinel of the Nameless City. Go to cycle a Zagoth Triumph. That's a pretty good draw. Put it on my Fanatic of Ronus. Mulder yelled at me. Mulder yelled at me again! Yeah. They're going to block. They're going to give it pro black. And then we're going to push some damage. Then I'm going to pass. This is only indestructible and hexproof. Got it. Adeline. Adeline can gain a bunch of life. Which is pretty annoying. They get to put 2 counters on the Guide of Souls. I'm not going to block with Esper Sentinel. And then they're going to cast, or they're going to clamp their human. Okay. I'm going to go to combat. Block. Pass priority. I'm going to do that. Path to exile in response. Gets rid of that. And gets rid of the blocker dealing damage. I'm normal sized-ish again, although now you're like, you get to see my terrible posture. Oh. GG's Pywo. Did I enjoy being a banner? Yeah, it was alright. Wouldn't do, I mean, you know, wouldn't do it again, but. And now we have to wait for these other players to finish their match. I mean, your deck seemed great. You had Guide of Souls and Ocelot Pride and Scarlet and Fourth Aerolingus. Is this just once per day? Is this Costco thing once per day? You can't just keep doing it? How do you not have you gotta have an infinite mode, right? Costco food database is just a website. What's another Worldle or Wordle-esque game that we could play? What's Bandle? Yeah, throw some of these at me. I've heard of Bandle City Beatdown, but no, this is going to get me muted. This one's going to get me muted. Squirtle. Oh, I think I've done this one. Who's that Pokemon? Shedinja. Wait, no, this is terrible. Coughing. Also probably terrible. Oh, it's wait. It's Gen 1? Oh, you're fucking done. Absolutely dusted. Moltres. Smaller than Moltres, weighs less than Moltres. It's a double type. Geodude. Holy shit. Moltres Seal? Cloister? Jinx. Oh, weighs less than 20. It's taller, but it weighs less. Taller than shorter than Moltres, taller than Geodude, shorter than Jinx. It's a double, like a duo type? Does it use that current gen typing? I have one more guess to make. Magnemite is shorter than Geodude. Magneton is shorter than Jinx, but weighs more than Jinx. Oh, I have 5 more guesses. Okay. I thought that this says I have 5 guesses in total. How big is Poliwrath? Poliwrath weighs less or weighs more than Jinx, so it's not that. Wouldn't it tell me, like, it's a duo type? Is there some Pokemon that was updated from, like, to be fairy something that I'm just forgetting? Like, Mr. Mime is Psychic Fairy. But there's no other double types that can... None that I'm thinking of. In Gen 1? There's no normal fighting. There's no water normal. I guess there could be a normal fairy. Oh, the Jigglypuff line is normal fairy. Oh, it's Wigglytuff. The Wigglytuff? I always forget that this thing is normal and fairy. Because Clef is mono fairy. But this is normal fairy? America Explain? Can I play Magic the Gathering yet? No. Okay. Feed me more Wordles. Feed me more of these quizzes, folks. I need these quizzes. I needs the quizzes. Bandle won't get muted. Okay. Nine million views? I haven't done Worldle. Yeah, this is what the old QQ. Ah! Why do I feel like I know? What's the Harry Styles song? I don't know the have it yours, and all the world is it. Is that it? That's Harry Styles, right? The like but it up. Everyone, what is it called? I don't know. Watermelon Sugar High? Okay, it isn't it, apparently. As it was, it's not in here. I think I'm gonna have to go on. I don't really listen to new music. This is, I mean, I do, but no. I'm so bad at this. Yeah, this is the song I was talking about. The you could be tame, you could be tame. Is that not the same guy? You could be tame. This is the he's like a I fucking literally told Kiefer about this guy. He's like, it's the stupid, he's like an Australian kid or something, and he's Canadian or some shit. He did a song with He did a song with fucking Justin Bieber, right? Safe? He's the Justin Bieber kid. Safe? Justin Bieber. This thing. Yes, yeah, it's okay. Well, who is the guy that was on AEW where I'm like, hey, this guy did a song with Justin Bieber? Okay. Stay by Kid Leroy. Young Gravy. That's who it was. I thought it was Young Gravy, but it's Kid Leroy. I don't know these people. Worldle? Guess the League of Legends champion. Okay, I remember some League of Legends characters. Blitzcrank. No. The horse. It is a male jungler that is mana dependent. It's an old male. Okay, but how? Lee Sin, the blind monk? Warwick. Oh, of course, because he uses energy. Chemically altered cyborg. So it's a jungler. Oh, it's a Moo. Right, Moomoo's undead. But it's from Shurima? A jungler released in 2009. Is it Renekton? Are you considering Renekton a jungler? No, you're not. Oh yeah, Renekton was like way late. Rammus? It's Rammus. Yay. Guess it with in-game quotes. A true hunter never rests. Kindred. Warwick. A true hunter never rests. A true hunter never rests. Who's hunting? Vayne? Who's out hunting? A true hunter never rests. A true hunter never rests. Is it going to give me hints? Rengar? He kind of hunts people. It is Rengar. Nice. An ability? I don't want... This is Vayne. Okay, maybe this was too easy. I wanted to turn it... Which spell is this? This is her passive. These people didn't know I was a main Vayne? Emoji? Which champions do these describe? What? Matryoshka doll? So it's like a champion in a champion?
Eggs, E-double-G-S
Kane?
eggs.
Knife. Shaco. What is this? What is this supposed to be? A doll? Rob for the 69th month. Nice. Hey, how you doing? Glad to have you. Good to see how you doing. How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. Is he a doll? Yeah, I guess it shows a Jack in the Box thing. Wait. Is that a Sona plushie? Is this going to be like a random, like a from any of their skins? I don't fucking know. I don't play this game anymore. I don't know. There's a Sona plushie. Zoe. Lux. Sona. Ezreal. Caitlyn. Mel? Who's Mel? It's not Mel, whoever Mel is. Wait, that's the character from Arcane. Well, they put her in the game? I didn't know that. She's in Teamfight Tactics. Quinn. Oriana? This is impossible. Fiora. Annie. Does it show all the ones I've guessed? It does. Who's Viego? Oh, this guy. What? Are you fucking kidding me? I hate this fucking game. Get out of here. Where's my opponent? Also, I need, give me another Worldle. Give me another one of these quizzes. Let's keep it going. Keep it going while we wait. Unhinged stream, by the way. One of the weirdest streams that I've ever done. Travel? I mean, I haven't played Worldle or Wordle. Name countries to travel from country to the end country. Oh, this is, I'm not going to be able to do this. From Canada to Nicaragua. Okay. United States of America. Mexico. Chile? Oh, it's all the way there. Fuck. Oh, I'm so bad at South American geography. Other Spanish-speaking countries. Because we're not into Portuguese yet. Panama? Panama's below? What? I thought this was the fucking canal. The canal's here? Honduras? Honduras. Okay. Fucking. How does this work with islands? Guatemala. All right, we got there. That was tough. Jesus Christ. This is one of those things where it's like, I know the general area, but I haven't exactly sharpened my geography in a hot minute. Look at that. Play trivia round. Match the flags to the countries. Mexico. Canada. The United States of America. This is where I'm going to get got because I think I know Honduras is blue, but I don't. I think Nicaragua is the darker blue. I think this is it. Nope. This is it. Nope. This is it. Okay. Guatemala is the darker blue. Yeah, I know they're all blue, and I'm basically colorblind. I'm a very specific type of colorblind. Spottle? What is Spot.io. Guess the artist of the day. Kendrick Lamar. So it is a solo member that's a male that is more or less popular than Kendrick Lamar. Solo male. Justin Timberlake. Debuted in 2002. Oh, not from the US. Oh, okay. Robbie Williams, but that's pop. Solo rock. I don't know. One of the Gallaghers. Debuted in 2002. And it's not rap and it's not pop. I'm pretty sure Aphex Twin is not on there. I don't know half of these people. I don't know who this is, but I'm going for it. Arjit Singh? Okay. Oh, you're a pop artist, I see. Who's Diplo's from the States, right? I'm trying to think of like an electronic artist that it could be. It would be what's the guy that died? Avicii died, right? It's Avicii. Debuted 2013. Sweden? What does this mean? It's close? And it's electronic. An electronic artist that debuted in 2002. And they're European? I should know this. Who's the guy that's Tiesto? Oh, he was earlier. An electronic artist. Electronic male artist. I don't fucking know. Okay, I don't know. All right, hold on. I'm bringing up chat. Chat, help me. There's no way it would be Burial, right? Burial. They're not going to have Burial in here. David Guetta. Yeah, it's got. Ah! 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 Fuck! Don't do that to me! Oh, God, don't do that to me. Come on! Come on! Get the fuck out of here! Unbelievable! David got a jump scare? Okay. Well, here we are in the finals. Mm, 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 mm. Phrygian gates. The gates are frigid. I'll keep. Island. Jetmir's Garden. Island. Talisman. Ooh, I got sideboard tech for you. I've got sideboard tech for you. It would be extremely painful for you. Oh. That's a bit of a pisser, huh? Sentinel of the Nameless City. I'm going to draw a card. I'm going to try and do a bunch of damage to you. Draw my card. Cryptic Command. Tinker. Time Walk. Assault Monolith. Forensic Gadgeteer. Untap Assault Monolith. Wow, how'd I know? Well, it was a good fight, everybody. Time to bring in this Force of Vigor. All right, time to go back to some of. I have to go back to these stupid quiz things. They got a Battle Ball. Battle Ball is beatable. Battle Ball is beatable. I mean, it's less beatable if they, you know, one ring and whatnot. But like, yeah, I've beaten worse. They could brick. Who knows? They cracked their 2 clues. Yeah, this combo is why they took forever. I get it. Oh my god, they passed. Holy shit. Great. Force of Will, exiling. Okay. You got a spell? You got a draw spell? Odawara, bounce this to your hand. Sure. Or whatever. Nadu. Should have played my land. I don't think I'm winning that at that point though. But should have played the land. Okay. Force of Vigor, Eternal Witness, Ephemerate in. I'm off Rampaging Raptor. Chainsaw, I'm less in on. And I mean, I could just not play Ephemerate. Screamer actually doesn't seem that good. I mean, it's a haste creature, so it's got to be at least somewhat all right. I think it's Fanatic of Runus. I'm gonna keep. Play this tapped. Pass. Here's a Thalia. Would you like to daze my Thalia? Yep. That's okay. Shelldock Isle. They and Urza's Saga. Start screaming on it. Smack. Hey, I wanted that. But not now. Yeah, I'm just gonna make a car instruct and smack. Like, I have the Solitude and I have a Leyline Binding. I think this is okay. Also, they probably have some kind of counter magic. Skinamarinky Dinky Mage. Yeah. They got a Soul Ring. Make a car instruct. Draw. Make a car instruct. Find. Fox Pearl. Cast a whatever this card's called. Shadow Spear. Took me a second. Cast a Shadow Spear. Attack with everything. Soul Ring. Mox Opal. Play a land. It's a lot of mana. Play a Kappa Cannoneer. They take 7, and then they take more. Screaming on it. Okay. Yeah. Send it back. Okay. Would love a Force of Vigor. Thank you. This hand's great. I'll keep. Yeah. I don't think I want to Force of Vigor this yet. An Ephemerate, huh? I think I can get 2 things. Yeah, that's pretty good. Maybe I should have Force of Vigor. I still think this is okay. Ooh. That's pretty good. Although they do have days in their deck. I don't know. Maybe I should have just forced the Soul Ring. 5 mana. Treachery. Okay, Treachery on the stack. Just hope they don't have days. If they had days, then I couldn't force their thing anyways. Mm, 3 mana. Stock up. Need to draw more cards. I haven't one-ringed hard enough. Would love to draw Solitude or Path to Exile. Oh, I should have played the Bayou. Because there's a world where I can kill them with Tribal Flames. And having that extra point of damage counts. Trinket Mage. They get a Moxopole. Make a car instruct. Screaming on it. I think I'm getting Shadow Spear. Uvenwald Oddity. Combat. Put a counter on this. Okay, it's in God's hands. Played an island. Played an island before tapping the One Ring. Assault Monolith. Okay. Gadgeteer. Yep. Do you have a kill? Yeah, I don't know if Soul... I mean, maybe I should have just Force of Vigor the Soul Ring. It's such a beating if they daze it, and I kind of wanted to get into a spot where I could daze. But then I guess I could have Force of Vigored on their upkeep to get around it. If they're just playing Battle Ball or whatever, that's okay. It just, like, if it's exactly Walking Ballista... 11 mana. Coveted Jewel. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I guess they went turn 1 Soul Ring, and I untap, play my thing, and I could force. I mean, if I do that, then I can't pay around days and play the Luminarch Aspirant. So like I have to assume that I'm always getting got by days. And it's just so bad if they daze me. And like I think I can get bigger things, right? This person's name's kind of familiar. By Region Gates. You gonna let me drop from this league? Wait, did you draft me a deck? No, you didn't. Droppo? Okay, well, I can't lead that. Nope. They're playing, like, quick. If it's Ballista, you can just play and I'll concede. Save us some time. I promise I will not goozle you. Oh, got it. Then Godspeed. They have to dig. I said if it's Ballista, you can just play and I'll concede. And said it can save us some time. They say no, I have to dig. I said I promise I will not goozle you. They go, and then I go, oh, I got it. Okay, then Godspeed. And they go, in the end, I clone with Saheeli copying Kappa Cannoneer. Which, like, okay, but what's your kill? Like, you can do that. But you got to make your Kappa big. They could do it if they have some kind of like top loop or like infinite token generation. They play a Hull Breacher. Are they going to play a draw 7 against me? They have Time Twister? Wow, their deck's pretty good. Soul Ring, the One Ring, Time Twister, Hull Breacher, Gadgeteer. But they time twisted before they Sahili'd. Or sorry, they time twisted with Sahili before they got Kappa triggers. We can still win this. It's a little difficult when they got rid of my my friendo here. Come on. I can now see why why the rounds went long though. What do I even call these VODs? I mean, I could do the Tarkir one separately. It's just like, technically it's like Tarkir Dragonstorm previews thing. Yeah, we just got to find 1 point of damage. I mean, I could draw a Path Exile, attack, and then they path their blocker on a trampler. Okay, they made that a Kappa. But you got to deal 20 damage to me. Treachery. What did they do? Oh, they auto-wired their jewel. That's pretty funny. They're taking their game actions very quickly. I'm like kind of impressed. Am I spelling their name right? The bot says they're double queued. Like, they're obviously somebody that knows what they're doing on Magic Online. I'm kind of shocked to see that they don't have a trophy. Not in like a slam against them sort of way, but in like a, okay, that's infinite. I'll concede to that. GG. I got 200 play points. Wow. Wow. They very clearly knew what they were doing. Double queuing with that deck is absurd. Okay. Well, very odd stream, but I'm going to call it there. Yeah, this will likely be 2 VODs. There will be one of the normal VODs, and then there will be whatever happened here. But I'm gonna call it there. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks to those that stuck through all the weird Magic Online issues and the codes and the thing and all this. I'm gonna drop you off somewhere. I will be streaming again tomorrow. This is going to go up on YouTube again, split as 2 things. There's a free Discord. You can give me money over here. Patreon, Discord, Shima We Love Magic, Patreon, Discord. I don't know. I think I did all that. Codes? What do you mean codes? Code Lyoko? Code Leo. No. Does anybody ever stream Magic the Gathering anymore? It's just like nobody's streaming. Alan's streaming. Go watch some Commander. Veggie Wagon, Scoop Phase, and Thotimus Prime. What? Okay, look at this and all. See you tomorrow. Bye.